Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Good morning. Let me get this stupid stream link posted. Mm, 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 mm. Tree guy now. Here is Mr. Beulah. What's up, man? Good morning. Good morning, John G. Good morning, King Carnage. Good morning, Linwood. Good to see you all. I'm sharing the stream link in Discord now. Definitely go check out Levels channel, guys. I think I'm gonna start doing that again. I haven't done that in. You probably could say years at this point. I haven't done that in years, but it's probably been just a year and a half. But yeah, go peep that. I'm gonna start doing that more for the Levels channel if you guys are interested in that. If not, I'll just go fuck myself. But yeah, so I hope you enjoy that. Good morning, Jennifer. Good to see you. Oh, let me get off fucking SPX. What am I doing? All right, so I'll be honest with you guys. You really don't need to be looking at much today. You really need to be focused on inside bar potential. Well, not even potential. It is an inside bar, but I mean, like, from this, what are we doing? Because we actually have an outside bar. Okay, that's lower. Just pretend that line is straight. Then we have this line, right? And it encompasses this day. So we have an outside bar into a inside bar. So we're like looking at a candle that's basically saying, all right, break out over this, test this. If it breaks out under this, test that. Which, honestly, if we're being logical here, we'll probably go from like here to like here and then draw whatever the 50% is of this area, because to be like, yo, yeah, we're going to drop from 647 to 643 in one swift move. Like, that's, I guess it is realistic, but in reality, you should aim for something a little bit more logical, like something in between. And then you can use the rest of your position to get down there. So, in short, your game plan is basically just watching like the barriers of the last 2 days, basically. The highs, the lows, the mediums, the halfway points, I should say. The mediums. Yeah, so that is short term the game plan for today. And if you are in the Discord, definitely go peep the Levels channel. A little bit something different posted today. I would also make sure you reviewed what I posted yesterday as well. I don't know if everybody saw my Ivy dashboard video breakdown in there, because I had posted like 3 more times right after it. So that's my fault, but definitely take your time to go back and watch that if you can. There's also a text document that is related to it right under it, so you can't miss it. And yeah, good morning, everybody. Look at CWD, purchase the crypto token link as a crypto treasury asset. Jesus. There's also some cool information on the trade floor about some of the random hype popping up regarding a couple different markets, really. Some of them targeting the GPU shortage, some of them all of the kinds of things. So I would definitely go check some of those out too. And let's turn off. Yeah, I'm not pre-market high. Let's be real. Let's turn that off to make it look a little easier to look at. Sorry, I should have done all this before I started. That doesn't look too bad. Just can't see anything because the damn number's right in the way. I think I'm going to leave it like this for a minute because I want to just kind of focus. And let me detach this so I can have this ready to go for anybody who might be scalping. For any of my day traders, it's already bullish. starting over this level. Sorry, I was trying to get my thing over there. But it's already bullish because it's starting over this level. It's already slightly bullish because we're getting a higher open after basically a 50-50 dead candle. We all know my opinions on these candles. I've gone over them for almost 4 years now. Higher open is good short-term upward momentum, but this doesn't really prove much to us until we go bump our head against something and show that we are trying to surpass that. So it is bullish as of right here, right now from the open, as long as it doesn't break this level, okay? Does everybody understand that? It's pretty simple. If it breaks that, there's a good chance, yes, some short-term downside is going to occur. Also, we need to see what kind of strength we have if we do go up. Do we just stop here? Do we have lower highs? Do we surpass that? What's going on? So these are two key areas I'm heavily focused on this morning, and I hope you are too, because this is, again, just looking at an inside bar after an outside bar. So we're just looking at some super basic levels today. It's funny too, because there are whole groups built on just this strategy, which is funny because in our tool belt, this is just one of many price action strategies we can take advantage of. It should never be your entire thing. I never understood that. It is that good, though. Don't get me wrong. But not that crazy. Good morning, Alexis. Good morning, Yala. I'm trying to find something now. Uh-oh, Kevo's in trade floor. If anybody needs anything repeated from the game plan, sorry, I was reading something. Just let me know. If we need to go look at another ticker as well, let me know. I'm going to probably watch SPY just for a little bit here at the open, and we could switch and go check out a couple other charts. I do need to keep my eye on Sophie, too. Which, again, if you are in the swing with me, we're basically just holding this as long as it's holding its halfway point of previous day. But now that we've opened this high, I might switch that to 2580. Let me go confirm that with chat. 2580 stop loss. What the hell? What is Discord doing? Oh, did y'all see that happen at Discord yesterday? Discord crashed. That was crazy. Who would have thought the great Discord could do that? I guess we could look at a couple charts before I just dead set on looking at SPY real quick. Let me switch this to the right thing. There we go. Apple with a lower open, they're getting a little bit of a bid at the open, but they already hit their previous day close, so you could think of them as a chart that's already kind of settled and done its thing. That is also weird how we're at the lower half of that candle. Didn't really even get above the previous day close, just kind of went up, bumped its head. Triple Q is also inside of the highs of the last 2 days. I'd be very careful of shorts popping up soon for liquidity grab. The similar way we were looking really the past few days. For liquidity grabs to the upside, I think you might actually be need to look into the downside today. Unless we see pops over 50% like we see on SPY or good higher lows holding those, you need to pay attention to that. Whatever chart you're looking at, I know each one's going to be a little different, but there's a lot of charts stuck inside of either their previous day. Their previous day is either stuck in that previous day or they're under the last 2 days highs. That's most charts right now. So you're really just looking at 50%. So you can see here too, like right here on AMD. No, is this the previous day 50%? No, this is 2 day ago. So you can see they're utilizing that candle's halfway point, not this one. And now if they go down, they probably will. But I don't know. Interesting convos. A lot of the same charts right now. It could have to do with some of the uncertainty going into the news tomorrow and Thursday. But who knows? If you sit there and play that guessing game with yourself, you're never going to make a decision. You know, I almost called out a coin swing overnight, but I was like, you know, that'd be so fucking risky. Because that's a 50-50 candle. It could have done the same thing to the downside. We could be testing 293.30s right now. There's your Walmart, Alexis. We talked about that in the middle of this day, to be fair. But that was when it was still here, and you're like, I think it's going to go up and hit 100, and here we are at 102, only 4 or 5 days later. Not bad job. SPX in the higher open, they're going towards their previous day high. I'm just kind of checking out some of these charts. Well, yeah, of course, Octo's not going to have a great day like that again. After what yesterday did. Now that everybody knows it exists. But still very cool. Fig is a pretty cool one. If you guys weren't here yesterday, I would go investigate on Fig. Just go check it out on Google. It's honestly a pretty cool company. FIGMA is the company name. Figma. There is a Figs, so sometimes that throws people off. Threw me off. Ooh. I know Rob is doing good today. Where is Rob? I gotta tag him. He was like, I'm gonna jump in calls on this, I think. I think it's gonna go test all-time highs or break all-time highs. I liked that look too. Good shit though, Rob. Alright, I think I am just gonna switch this to something else and watch. What do I want to watch? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to watch Intel. I wanted to see if they'd pop that level. Looks like they're rejecting right now, actually. Because you go to the daily, they're holding very well right here. So it really could get a launch pad going here, but you can see today I already tried and then rejected. So we'll see if that continues or not. But I do believe it. It needs to be above 24.75 though. The level it rejected today and yesterday. So it's kind of stuck between two areas for direction. Good morning, Dr. J. You had Dell on your watch list this morning, but it left you. Let's see what Dell did. How dare she do that to you? Oh, yeah, she did leave. Jeez. Where even is Dell? Okay. This really isn't that bad of a chart. Why do I never look at this? I haven't looked at the chain. Maybe that's why. Palantir's up a little bit. Honestly, from this watch list, UNH is up the most, which, who cares? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. CRWV is. I was tripping. Damn, gapped up right to 100. Honestly, it looks like it could keep going. Let's see here. What is that last high? Okay, about 105. And then I would probably focus on like every 50% of each of these big ass candles. So wherever those are probably your next 3 major levels for this chart, but those are pretty spaced out. Also, there's probably not a lot of volume sitting like here, 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 because you just got a bunch of gap ups on that left side. And the stock, I'm pretty sure, isn't that old. Yeah, so they're not going to have a crazy volume profile yet. Good morning and happy Tuesday. You too, Sand Dollar. Good morning. Big news at 10. I think it's the Apple event today. Let's see. Tuesday, Apple event midday. And then we got PPI tomorrow before open. And then we got CPI the next day before open. It's pretty crazy. Did y'all see GameStop has earnings today? RBRK as well. Didn't even notice that one. Chewy, Kroger, Adobe. That's about it. What do we put this chart on? I kind of want to watch TSM just to see how good Rob's trade does, honestly. I'm sure he's already happy as fuck with that. Non-farm payrolls annual revision. I don't really find that to be important for like short-term price action. Plus, I could show you my source. I'm not just typing that out. I am genuinely like taking it away from something. And no, there's nothing today. The Apple event is today. And honestly, all of this shit just popped up today or yesterday maybe, because when I posted this stuff on Sunday, it was just Apple event. Oh, this was here too actually, but that's like been scheduled. And then you can see Wednesday, all the PPI, and honestly, the core PPI is what's important. The month over month is going to be very important, and then the year over year is going to be important because people, or the core year over year, sorry, will be important. But no, I have it set to just important news. I don't care about everything in between, because if you were to do that and be like, all right, this is coming out here, this is coming out here, let me wait for price action, like that's just going to fuck you. What you really need to be doing is just like marking out the most important news for the week and understanding, is it before open? Is it during the day, midday? Is it after close? You know, just that's it. You don't need to be sitting here and, which I don't think you're doing that. I'm just pointing this out for other people as well. If you get too focused on when news comes out every, you're just going to be lost and you're never going to actually focus on a trade plan. Also, very cool thing about this site, and I've been telling you this for months, probably longer. I'll check the other one out in a minute. But right here is honestly the quickest thing ever. You could just go right here and read it, and you're like, okay, bet I got a quick little summary. I post this every day, and they even update it during the day. And then on the other site that I shared with you guys, the briefing.com site, or briefingupdate.com, what is the name of this site? I just say briefing. Oh, briefing.com. The stock market update tab is honestly pretty crisp. I post that a lot. I think it's one of the best sites for just like quick, brief updates. Because it's so easy to get lost in like, what the fuck's happening today? What did Trump do? What did China do? What did Russia do? It's so easy to blame shit and get in a bad mood when you don't need to be. You just go quickly check those briefing updates and be like, oh, bam, okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is what today is about. This is why this is doing that. Instead of just questioning it, just go straight to the cold facts and then move on. Focus on your game plans. Be sure to drop a like on the stream, guys. And share the stream link around if you can. Would definitely appreciate it. Alright, let's see what the options chain looking like today. Today's the 9th. What is the end of this week? Is it the 12th? Yeah, 12th. Okay, that thing I was showing you yesterday where my stream was bugging out, it's actually not bugging out now, and it says schedule your live to switch to members only. So I guess we now have the option to switch from a regular public stream to a member stream. Does it just boot people who aren't a member? That's weird. I feel like the normal way would just be like end this one and then start a different one with it having members on, but that's weird. What a weird way to just kick people out of your stream randomly. Sorry guys, gotta go. Oh. All right, from the watch list, Apple did break down under 237.30s. Right now, you're looking at a potential midterm retest under this big ass red candle in today's open. So basically, as long as it's under this, that's not looking good for them. And if they break this, of course, that's pretty fucking obvious. So that is a good watch for Apple, in my opinion. If anybody's looking for a quick scalp on an options trade or something like a day trade, that is a good one I would look at today. And that's from the watch list. Intel's the other one, but we already covered that. I just didn't tell you guys it was on the watch list. Actually, some pretty simple levels on there, too. I won't lie. Oh, that's not what I typed. Where's the next level? Okay, we're not shorting to that. 235. I was like, where the hell's the next level at? And let me know if you guys like that watch list the way it is, the way I posted it today. I cannot type today, dude. YLE. Apple's previous day low did break, so the midterm retest is still holding, but we'll see if the previous day low holds up now. Apple is SPY is trying to pull back, but it's still holding today's open as well. I don't know why I said as well. Apple wasn't holding it. Tesla trying to break 350 for the 100th time. Yeah, I've seen it's been struggling. We'll see, though. Apple is pulling back under 236.34 after the bearish midterm retest we talked about. SPY is also pulling back under today's open. We'll see if this continues or not. Again, guys, this isn't really that crazy until SPY breaks this or until you see Apple hold under this. But so far, they're holding up right now. As ugly as it looks. Actually, I'm kind of liking this look on SPY. We'll see towards the end of these candles what it's doing now. Towards the beginning of these new 5-minute candles, though, tried to break the lows. Said just kidding. So now we're getting a little bit of a buffer. Oklo weekly calls. What strike are you getting? I'll join you on it. I won't even fucking ask questions, dude. Excuse me. Oh, wait. I looked at the chain. It's pretty obvious which strikes now. Actually, I will go take a quick look. Oh, you're liking it because it's got the default. Now it's kind of just doing what it needs to be doing. All right. Good morning, guys. Nuclear finally going to move past 3 Mile Island. Exciting times. The big 2025 had a lot in store, didn't it? Be sure to drop a like on the stream, guys, and share the stream link around. It helps out a ton. Also, if you're in the Discord, go check out the Levels channel. There's a lot of posts in there, honestly, for you. But there's a watch list. There's a video from yesterday in there for you with the text document as well. And a couple other things, but that's the gist of it. Right now, we're looking to see if SPY can maintain over that bottom little purple line there at 648.54. If it can, then SPY has a chance of bouncing, but right now, they're struggling to hold today's open. Apple is on a bearish retest, but the only thing holding them up is the previous day low. So we're keeping both of these on watch right now. I was also going through a couple other tickers, Intel specifically, AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla. There's a few others I went through, but these are just the two I have up right now. Hopefully you guys all slept pretty good. Yesterday we went for a pretty long amount of time on stream. I don't know if we'll do the same thing again today, but we'll see. It really depends on what's going on in here. But that was a fun stream yesterday, I won't lie. Time was just flying by. Alright, SPY is currently testing the 648.54 level. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Very important level. Yeah, almost 5 hours yesterday. I had to go look. 4 hours and 40 minutes. I haven't done that in a while. Alright, now we'll see SPY's true intentions. Are you trying to hold this liquidity grab, or are you breaking down? And then Apple's very important level is also kind of holding up short term, so we'll see. But I would like to remind everybody it is a bearish retest as long as it's under this level. So it's kind of stuck between these two levels. What the hell am I drawing? But yeah, so that's kind of the main focus right now for these two charts if anybody is paying attention on these. And if you guys have something else you're looking at, feel free to share it, or whatever level you're looking at or what you think is most important. Again, share context. I don't really care about what you're in. I think context is the most important. And you shouldn't be pressured to be like, oh, Bueller, I'm in this contract at this price at this time. Like, yeah, no one cares about that. We're not here to do call-outs. We're here to learn, here to actually trade using context that's in front of us. And it is trying to hold 640.54. We were correct to assume that that is still bullish as long as that holds. Damn, Apple, quick reaction. Thank F we didn't start shorting that randomly. I didn't trust this candle because we were kind of looking at it a little bit too late. So I was like, you know what? Let's see if we get anything here. Didn't get it. See if we get anything here. Still haven't gotten it. So they're not out of the trenches yet, but they are right at their doorstep. And really good reaction by SPY at a good level. Again, we really need to see like a loss of this or a followed up. Now that it's like broken, I guess you could say this. Now that it's broken, today's open. What am I drawing, dude? There we go. As long as it's under this, or you get like a break and then like an extra sign of weakness after that break, then that could be your signal before that level breaks. But until then, you don't really want to short early. Yes, you would end up getting a lot of gains because you got in early, but you would also be putting yourself at a higher amount of risk based on what the levels are literally screaming at us. Yep, Dr. J, good call out, man. That's exactly what I was covering. Beautiful, beautiful hold of the PDCP. A super basic level, too. It's not like it took rocket science to get that level on our screen. Someone say risk? What's up, Adam? How you doing, man? And good morning to anybody if I didn't catch your name. Yo, like that stream. We got to get to 20 likes every single stream. We need 3 more likes for 20. That's all I care about is 20 likes. Other people going for 100, 150. I don't need that. 20. Oh, good here, team. What time do you have to go into work, Adam, or do you have to leave soon? I do miss seeing some of those updates in Trade Floor. Dr. J's been on fire, too, for speaking of people on fire. Gotta leave in like 30 minutes, damn. Dude, it held PDCP and closed over today's open on that candle. This is the most powerful candle on the chart right now. I mean, I guess you could say both of them are, but this one specifically. That is beautiful, dude. I just watched the chain jump up so well, too. The 649s went from like 80 to 120. I'm watching the 650s to see if they move a little bit more now that we're actually approaching 650 as a potential target. That's pretty nuts. If it fails now, I'll be fucking impressed. And it should dump. If it fails, like, oh, yeah, this should dump. This should dump. There's no way that holds. There's no way that that holds PDCP after doing that. There's so many people who would just have to close out their longs. Holy F, dude. I'm glad I didn't trade the first 30 minutes. Some people like to go on the internet and post, like, look how good I am. I traded so quick. It's like, yeah, bro, but you traded the most risky part of the day. Which, yes, that will provide liquidity and volume, but that's not the point. You have a flight stoping in Huston? Damn, dude. I want to stope in Huston. There's no way that holds PDCP after that. If it holds PDCP after that, I will be even more impressed than if it was to dump. That is crazy to me. Algorithm is brutal. I do hope you know there isn't just like one single algorithm behind the curtains of everything. Like, it's not just like one little algorithm doing everything. When I see people complain about algorithm, I feel like it's misplaced. Yes, there is an algorithm, but it's not in the sense that a lot of people complain about. It's more of a flow. It's not really a algorithm. It's a mix of shit, you know, flows, all the hedging, all the random liquidity that we think is random, but it's really not. But it does, it can, that's why it feels like that, though, because they are legit hunting things. It's not like bullshit when you see that. Or like quick wicks, that's not bullshit either. It's part of the market. Without some of that stuff, too, you wouldn't have moving candlesticks all the time. You wouldn't have a flow to the market. But there is some, I guess you could say, some validity to the SPY algo complaints, just not entirely. Dude, this might be a 15-minute day. Look at that 10-minute, too. That's nuts. 15-minute. I don't know. I feel like 15-minute will save your life today. Keep that up with like your 5-minute chart. Whoops, I did not mean to click the 1 minute. Failed bullish is bearish, but is a failed bullish that fails to be bearish even more yeah, that's why I was laughing earlier, because I was like, I was thinking the same thing in my head. I was like, wow, like this is beautiful for bears, and then like they do that and it's like, oh wow. No, so what I would take this as kind of like this candle. And this is why you guys really need to memorize this shit. It really amazes me how many times I see people in chat forget about this stuff. But if you see long legs on both sides of a candle and a smaller body, sometimes I don't even care about the size of the body. If you have long legs on both sides of a candle, that is an indecisive candle. That is not bullish or bearish. If anything, I like to call it like the sandwich candle, because it's literally going to be in between things. You're almost always going to see those candles at the bottom and tops of trends. So stop ignoring that shit. If you see that candle, why are you entering a new position? Do you know how much liquidity is moving right now in this candle? And I'm not talking to Dr. J, I'm talking to everybody. I know he knows. But that shit is important. So I'm still going to keep this candle highlighted, though, because that was pretty fucking sexy. Just no follow-up. Well, I guess you could say there was short-term follow-up, but not for long. So this is a very, very big potential candle. You have a very big bullish candle. Then we have a sandwich. Well, I guess you could say this is our peanut butter jelly in between our sandwich. And now we're looking for the right side of our sandwich. Is this going to give us another bullish signal or a bearish signal? Use your context. And if you guys need help on candlestick recognition, we have a ton of stuff on this. I could give you a text document. There's a guide that we all completely remade. A video of me going over it. Whatever you want. Google it. I don't even care where you get your information from, but these candlesticks are important. And that you got to use the context of those candlesticks too, because anytime you feel like you don't know what the fuck is going on, I promise you there's a candlestick trying to tell you what's going on. And maybe it's not a super clear picture. It doesn't always need to be. If the chart was always tradable, it would never flow. There's going to be moments where it's not tradable. Actually, that's going to be the majority of your time, is it not being tradable in that exact moment that you're looking at it. So, be patient, guys. Yo, Kaizen, good to see you, bro. Love your name, bro. Good to see you. Love the cleanliness of my charts. Good morning, all. We all love a little bit of Kaizen good life. Hope you're doing good, man. See if we get this continuation under 648.50, or if we're going to see a pop back over 649 and see if the bulls are present. I still don't like Apple, though. I think some early shorts wouldn't be a bad idea on that with the stop loss at 237. Just because that is still holding the bearish retest we talked about. It just hasn't gotten any follow through. It's exactly like SPY. So, very risky also at the other end of that, just because we haven't gotten any follow through today. And we have that context. Is anybody in here looking at anything different? I know I've been ranting and rambling about Apple and SPY, but you guys feel free to share whatever you're looking at or what you think is important. You're in Apple shorts? Oh, okay. And yeah, you guys don't have to tell me. That's another thing that I like to be very open about. Like, I'll probably be calling out different things here and there every day. But you guys don't have to sit there and be like, all right, yo, Bueller, I'm in this, I'm in that. Unless you feel you need to. You don't need to feel pressure in here. I hate when people do that. They're like, what are you guys in? What am I in? What are you guys in? It's just like, bro, who the fuck cares? I just said I bearish on this. Why would you need to fucking know exactly what I'm in at exactly what price? So I'm not going to do that to you guys. I'll probably do it to myself because I'm abusive to myself. But I don't want you guys to feel any of that kind of bullshit pressure because that's just stupid. Focus on what's important. Focus on your context. Focus on whatever the hell you talked about with your game plan before the chart started moving on you. Focus on that. And if you want to share some of your story in here, please feel free to. 648 is a good buy. You're a good buy. And yeah, just reminding everybody, this candle is a sandwich. This is a bullish candle, and this is a bullish level. Just pointing that out. The only thing that's kind of bumping our heads is the high of today and the open of today. So it's just a little awkward because it's such a tiny little range. Hey, good morning, Devontae. Sorry. Good to see you too, dude. Come on, guys. 2 more likes on the YouTube stream and we hit my daily goal of 20. It's the only thing I'm selling my soul for in these streams. 20 measly likes. One more. Oh, and as y'all did that, see, y'all spread love. Now the candle's going up. You spread love and SPY will spread love. All right, no more likes, guys. I don't want any more likes on my stream. 20 is all we needed. Nah, seriously, though. Thank you, guys. Now I can quit saying it. Devontae's secretly sitting here like, fuck you, Apple, fuck you, Apple, fuck you, Apple. SPY finally getting that bullish sandwich going after such an ugly-ass candle. Now, I really want to ask you guys something, and it's okay if you get it wrong. It's okay if you get it right. But I really want to ask it just so we all remember it. But what is the importance, and why do we see these candles at the top and bottoms of trends? Why is that a thing? Why do these candles even pop up in the first place? Long leg candles. Why does that happen? And I know a lot of you know this answer. Taking care of profits? In a way. I'll give you that just because that is kind of up the alley I'm going. Beautiful hold by bulls. Now we'll see if we get the follow through that we've been missing all damn day. It's been 40 minutes since open. Can we get some follow through? And I hope these explanations help you because I'm not trying to push anybody into one direction. I'm not trying to do that. I like to cover both sides of the story. I like to cover what's on my chart, where I'm going to be bullish and bearish from. And if I happen to see something change that, I'll bring it up. Context is always moving. Sentiment change or indecision. There are more passive sell orders sitting above 649, but there's also a large buy. Wait, hold up. What's up? No, okay, that's not an answer either. Gives you a chance to full port both sides of the movement in a 5-minute time frame. Rob, you're kind of right, man. I'm not going to lie. You might be the most right. No, I'm just kidding. It's to provide liquidity. And also, if you guys said anything about indecision or anything like that, yes, that is also kind of plays into it. It leads to indecision, and it brings liquidity into the chart, providing the chance for the chart to start moving in a single direction. which as an options trader we fucking love. So that's why it's very important to not just focus on the first touch or the first break of things. You really want to watch for that second. Because if you would have waited for the first on this, you would have lost. First on this, you would have lost. First on this, you would have lost. Wait for the second hold, you're looking good. And we didn't know a candle like this was going to appear, but we saw it happen after probably what I think is the most important candle of the day, this one right here. So it's sandwiched in between what might be two of the more bullish candles on the chart. What level are they holding? The previous day control point. What level are they trying to get follow through over? The today's open. What are the two levels every single day in this stream do I tell you guys to be directional from? The current day open and the previous day halfway point. If you're above it, there's a higher chance you're going up. If you're below it, there's a higher chance you're going, well, down. Same thing for this level. So sometimes when these levels are paired together like this, it can make for a pretty easy little range for us to watch, even if the price action is ugly. So even though it felt like, oh my god, this is going to fall, and then this candle pops up, it's like, okay, hold up. It might not fall. Holding a good level, we're getting more context they're trying to hold, so we're just reading out what's in front of us. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is anything special, but it is kind of nice to be able to navigate bullshit candles like this. Or at least understand what to look for. Hitting with B. If you've been in the stream, I've actually covered that pretty in depth. So yes, that is known by everyone in here. But thank you for the information again. I definitely don't mind people like repeating shit. It's, if anything, that's welcomed. Please repeat it. So no one in here forgets. Give me the previous day high. Yeah, we're going to probably go... Wait, where is that at, actually? Oh, yeah, we'll probably go tap that. Or at least get right under it, kind of like how we did there. That's another big thing I like to cover in these streams, too. Now, this is probably a horrible example, because I'm not trying to sit here and act like 2 green candles should make you rich or anything. But if you're ever in a trade and you're approaching a level, you don't need to perfectly hit the level to take your profit. Or like with your stop losses, either. Sometimes you are just going to get that wick. So just keep that in mind. And some 61 DTEs off second bounce. Okay, nice. Oh, you did do the second bounce. Good shit. So you're probably up a little bit right here. Even with that wick. Yeah, good shit then. Yeah, come on, Apple. At this point, Devontae, I just wanted to move. It passed either of those purple lines. It's like... Devontae's like, am I cutting or am I taking profits? What's going on here? Great answers, by the way. Kaizen, Garden, and Robert. Thank you again. Even though I know Rob was joking a little bit. Or was he? Level so pure. Now, if only the price action could be as pure. Am I right? Love intraday shorts. Quick cash for whole share. Oh, I love that you said that. That's a really big thing we promote in my group as well. I love when people... mainly focus on like equity and shares and stuff, and then options is just like a side thing to them. Like that it should how it be treated. Options are a tool. They are not to be focused entirely on. We heavily reinforce that attitude in the chat, because that is honestly amazing that you said that. Good job. And I'm happy to hear that, Jim. Good shit. I've actually been meaning to ask that, because we've been getting more and more people in here active again. I've been meaning to ask what all kind of... What are y'all like... If you had to pick 2 of your favorite stocks, whether you own it or not, what would it be? And you don't have to share if you own it or not. I'm not trying to, like, get that out of people. But I'm just curious. What is everyone's favorite, like, 1 or 2 stocks right now that they would love to be invested in for the long haul? Come on, Apple. Give Devontae something. You don't gotta go up for SPY to go up. Come on. Palantir and Tesla, honestly, great choices. Apple. That's funny. No, Apple is a great choice. SPY, Intel, UNH. Okay, those aren't bad. I really like Intel as well. And SPY is honestly always a good choice. And most people in my chat do the DCA method, dollar cost averaging, where they're just putting in some here and there as time goes on. Therefore, they're not stuck at one average. Like buying 100 shares at $100 and then it goes down $50. Like, dude, what the hell? Devonte, I can't believe I'm saying this. New low of day, Apple. Now give Devonte some follow through, damn it. Come on, something else help out Spy so Apple can do what Devonte needs. Give me my money. I love that you're in this too, because this was actually my favorite setup for the morning. It was a pretty obvious bearish retest. It just needs follow through. Which also a little sticky because you have Spy trying to hold. It's holding its PDCP. It's trying to give a retest above its today's open. So it's actually making it harder for Apple. You've been in Cisco since 98. We have a real OG in here. Low key, this entire run up in AI, Apple has not played along. Apple is now. Yeah, I know. Apple is very undervalued, in my opinion. Based on where it could be. But that's just my opinion. But I agree with you, too. I always like to go to like the daily or the weekly time frames, which we can do that later, and just look at them based on their all-time highs. Like, just look at all your tech charts, all your discretionary charts, and you'll see some of them are way out-positioned. That's why I was giving props to Rob on TSM. By the way, TSM up 2% today. New all-time highs. Good shit, Rob. Cisco since 98 is kind of a flex. Wish I'd have built a... I'm assuming you meant Spy, but SYY. GS and Crowd. Ooh, okay. Goldman Sachs lover in here. Enjoyer. I won't lie. I think the one that what's his name posted yesterday, Sandollar, the one that is going to be competing with Adobe and Photoshop and all that stuff. I thought that was a really crazy find. I had never heard of that one ever. I think that one was Figma, right? I think that's the Figma. Yeah, that's Figma. So if you guys are wondering about that one, that was this stock. I think that's this one. Yeah, it is. This one was pretty important. Yeah, Sigma. It literally sounds like Ligma, Sigma, all that stuff. But the company name is literally Figma. But yeah, Fig is the ticker. And I think this is a crazy undervalued, kind of slept on stock. I never heard of this shit. And then Sandollar shared it the other day, and I was like, what? And then I looked at the market share. They're just like PayPal in a couple ways, right? Now, not same company and all. They're not a payment processing company. But in regard to their market share, they're just like... They have majority market share by a lot. And they're rising in popularity over the other companies. So I think this company is slowly going to just randomly be above 100 again one day. I kind of been just kind of watching it because it's just kind of settling down here. But it's wild when you go look at what this company does. But yeah, if you guys are interested, that one's kind of cool. I have it in our best shit ever watch list. These are like some of my favorite picks for anybody who's interested. LW is probably my favorite. I think this is the other, like... I love stock picks that are boring because it's not going to get the most exciting price action, but that might mean it might get more healthier consolidation phases, like right here. But this company does potatoes. They sell a lot. They're the people who provide potatoes to McDonald's. Like, that's crazy. So I think this company's cool. UPS, I think, is super undervalued too, but I mean, it did have a lot of bad news come out here and there, so I mean, fair enough. But I think this is another crazy one. I always like Target. I kind of think of them as like Costco a little bit, but not all the way there as Costco. But they're also pretty undervalued in my opinion. And then I think this is AI. This would be another Sandollar mention, I think. It's either Sandollar or Rob. There's only two people I would like trust with minimal research on my end. Webull. I like Webull. Whoops. That makes it look bad. There we go. Actually, it still looks bad. But I like that it's trying to consolidate between here. Oh, wait. I'm going down, not up. PayPal was an old stock pick, so I'm just kind of keeping it in my list. We had it in the 60s, so we're not really killing it with that stock pick right now, but I definitely like it down here. I think 60s, 70s, high 50s. I think that's a fair price. But yeah, that's all of our little random picks. Come on, Apple. Devonte does not have all day, Apple. Devonte, my personal opinion, if it retakes this level again, I would avoid the position. But up to you. I don't know what game plan you have set, but I'm assuming it's similar. We're in a gap on Apple on the daily. Oh, yeah. From the gap up. You're right. I actually have the 50% of that marked, which that's what that level is. I was like, why do I keep having to zoom down so far? That's probably why. So actually, we should probably mark whatever this is too. I would mark the low of that day and then that 50%. I already have it marked though. So there you go. Now you do have something else there, but it does kind of speak to the level of risk Apple is sitting right now. Like if it does not hold this level, there's a chance we see it in the 233s end of today, tomorrow, sometime this week. Who knows? But that is a very possible scenario. Gapple. I was not supposed to laugh like that at that joke. That's pretty good, though. Watching it this week, good stuff. And yeah, if you guys have any picks or charts you want to share too in chat or whatever the hell you want to call it, feel free to share it. We have the trade floor open. I think only members can post charts now, but you can just go into trade floor if you want. I really don't care where the charts are posted. I just like seeing people like focused on whatever the hell they're looking at. Like right now, Letterbug posted a 15-minute outside bar. Kevo's being patient on his shorts. I think that's what he's doing. Triple Q at PML and PDC. Thank you, Spicy Pepper. Lag has been depressed in our chat recently. This man just wakes up, sees the market, goes back to sleep. I said, bro, been staying up late. I love lag. Lag to death, that is, in chat. Not. I don't love actual lag. No one loves lag. If you guys ever have any questions or anything, feel free to cut me off. If you guys have access to the membership either on YouTube or the Levels channel in the Discord, I highly recommend scrolling up past the Sophie swing that we had to cut today and checking out the Ivy dashboard video. There's also a text document underneath it if you want to understand any of the information I'm showing on that. And also, go check the watch list today just to see if you like that style. I'll probably keep posting those. This is how I originally posted, but I just stopped doing it for a while. But I think I'll try to stick to like 3 a day if that's cool with everyone. Today was SPY, Gapple, and Intel. Which I honestly haven't even been checking Intel. Because part of me is wanting to just watch that on the daily. But I wanted to include it in my watch list because it is sitting between some potential breakout areas. Like today, if it didn't reject the way it did, there was a chance it did go up to like 2550s. Or whatever the high of that is. A little past 25. And now we're at a part of the chart where if it breaks under this, it is going back to square one, where we were trying to see for a hold. So I'm in a weird spot on this one on the daily, where if we do get another dip, we could be looking at dip buys. But no move on that yet. But I really like where it's sitting. I'm just using that recent high. A lot of people are going to be like, that's a bull flag, that's a bull flag. I don't care. It's holding a demand as of right now, but that's about it. And we got another sandwich candle on the chart, so... Walmart did good. I don't know who all joined Starbucks with me last week, but that one's still doing really good. No, we're not in that anymore, but I do like to go back and just kind of review it. Entry was here under the 9 EMA and the break of 8770s, and then we took the retest happened. We did not cut. Then we stayed in. We were paid, and then this day happened. It was pretty crazy. And now it looks like it might actually give a short-term hold for. I think it's going to try to go up here. Whoops. To this spot. I think it wants to go up here, do like a liquidity grab, do like a bullshit hold of this, and then a wick down, and then maybe we could take another short. And if not, we'll see if we get this same scenario here again, because this could also be seen as another bearish retest. And if we get a break of that, I'm just going to leave it alone for a bit. But that is a potential setup on Starbucks from a trade we've already taken. So that is something. Why is that not on this watch list? That is something we'll be looking at as well. So probably try to get a double dip on Starbucks if we can, but gotta wait a little bit. And then Coin, we've been talking about this bouncing off this support for I don't even know how long now, and it's doing an all right job. But no follow through yet still. It is still early in the day though. Oh, here's our SoFi loss. We entered yesterday, and I had our stop loss at this day's halfway point. But then after today's open, I was like, you know what? Let's just cut it at this day's. Whoops. Let's just cut it at this day's close. We don't need to be holding for a bigger loss. So we lost, I think, like $9 or $10 or $11 per contract. It was somewhere between that. I think it was 11. Which on a $98, $95 contract is an alright size loss, but dollar-wise, we didn't do that bad. So we minimized our losses on a bad swing. And I like to cover my wins and my losses because it is nice to kind of learn from those. And just remember, like, okay, I bought a hammer into a high. Not the greatest thing. And the higher open was great at first. No follow-through. If anything, it turned into liquidity for more downside. Which kind of feels like what SPY is doing right now. We just haven't gotten a break of anything. It's begging to break this level, and it just hasn't. UNH, good job for anybody who was kind of riding that. I saw a few people in my chat riding that after they saw the retake here. Which I'm glad a lot of my chat avoided this junk because it was just a lot of BS consolidation. But after this loss and retake, this is something. This curl up after the retake, there's liquidity sitting right here, and it's just bouncing off of it. Using it to go higher. All right, I'll go back to Apple for my boy. Oh, fuck you, Apple. I'm not in this. I'm rooting for a friend. AMD attempting to break up again. What's up, E? How you doing, man? Always a good time when we see E in the chat. And this is not the previous day halfway point. I didn't update it. Let me fix that. Though I do want to leave that there, actually. Am I blind? No, that is the low. Dude, the 50% from previous day is far as hell. And then let me fix this one. So 2 days ago, it's above that halfway point right now. And good hold here, E. I didn't get to check this in time. I'm just reviewing it, of course. But I love this wick up here, and I love that you got the sandwich candle there again with another wick up. Again, we see the directional value of today's open holding again on another chart. I'm not sitting here saying this went to the moon, but it is nice having something that works out almost every time. Not going to sit here and say it's perfect. There is no perfect strat. Unless you're a market maker. Market makers have the perfect strat. Buy a contract, sell it for just a couple bucks more, but they do that, but, you know, millions of times a day, so they make a lot. That would be a good 100-time, you know, foolproof strat. Apple 30-minute closed under PDO. Oh, okay, good looks, good looks. So you are looking at macros. Good, good, good. Yeah, I didn't want to throw you off with my 5-minute because I know my updates are going to be a lot more short-term compared to, like, your 15 or 30 minutes, so... Good shit, good shit. Hello, BB fam. Work got me busy. Hope to be back more soon. Dude, I hope you are too. It's always good seeing your name. And I hope you have been doing good at work. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Gotta love them. Oh, yeah. I haven't looked too much at the 2 hour, but the 30-minute is honestly a pretty S-tier chart. That might have been one of the first time frames I think I ever fell in love with, too, is the 30-minute. I'd have to look at the 2 hour more. Yo, what's up, Fipo? The legend, Fipo. How you doing, man? I had to cut a Sophie swing today, Fipo. I have not taken another trade yet. And guys, if you are looking for more swings in the levels channel, I will be posting them. You just got to be patient. I like to post them in a timely manner. Since we took a small loss today, I probably will try to post another one. But I don't like to stack days like that. And I don't like to force a setup. I'm only going to post one if there is actually one there. I almost just straight up followed Rob yesterday, too. I almost just straight up said, let's just all buy TSM calls. And I wish I did. Is Leland still active here? He's still around, but I don't know if I'd say active. But he's still around, definitely. He still checks chat and he replies when he sees he needs to. I've definitely seen him around a few times. But yeah, he's still around. He's BB for life. He is pretty busy though. I think he's doing pretty good though. We can all be proud of that. Proud of our boy. Got yourself some small food? Ooh, nice. What'd you get? CS skins are more profitable than stocks. Dude, you're not even lying. The manipulation on CS skins is crazy. People complain about the manipulation on the stock market. Dude, they don't know anything about CS skins. One day, sand dunes 3 cents. The next day, it's almost $1. And nobody knew. Oh, you had those in April, Jim. You're a fucking legend. What was the price in April? Because I have the chart in my head right now, and I'm just picturing like the biggest like high or low trend pickup ever. Then it consolidates, and it does that curl, and then now we have that new all-time high today. Dude, you must be up a bag on those. Plus, anytime you get those new highs, especially a new all-time high on contracts like those, it's really good because the extrinsic value just pours in. But yeah, Devontae, I think you could still tag him if you want. I'm sure he'll answer. He's still pretty good about that. You're still riding the Apple Poots? Okay, nice. You have a better chance with the Apple Poots now just because a SPY is actually breaking down. By the way, guys, SPY is breaking down. If you didn't see that already with the big scary candle. They even did the new high and the wick up and stopped just under there. So they did almost make it up the previous day high. Not quite, but close enough. And it got a nice little breakdown going now. All this liquidity that was just building up and didn't get any like movement is finally going a direction. There's your new low on Apple too. The Apple shorts worked out all morning. You just had to be patient. Round of applause for Devontae, honestly. Even if this trade doesn't turn out, the amount of patience he's putting into this is crazy. LOL, I literally just closed it for a 50% gain. Dude, you freaking beast. Yeah, as soon as I saw your chart, I was like, that is the kind of chart that would go test all-time highs. Those are also the kind of charts people don't like to enter on because they're just straight up green candles, but it's like, that's not the point of it. That chart's probably going to go do that really quick. So in that next morning, you have probably 20, 30 minutes to get out. Which in your case, you did pretty good. Pretty bad signs here for SPY guys. Breaking under this level is not good. Especially after all that price action too. So I could see why we got such a large candle. That's a lot of liquidity built up. Thinking that we would hold and then closing out because we're not holding. Previous day low is being tested almost, guys. What the hell is the next level on this chart? Oh, that's right. I'm doing the outside bar shit today. Outside bar to an inside bar is what we have. So actually, if we break this, that could be even worse. A lot of room underneath current price. I just have halfway points and outsides of the past couple days marked. Which, to be fair, you could probably draw a halfway point between these to be a little bit more safe if you're taking, like, scalps, but this is what the main levels look like. But that's what you can do if you're in that situation. You have a USP whiteout. I bought it for $250. Now it's... What? The USP whiteout is over 800? My brother in Christ, he's not lying. Oh my god. I had this gun before. I even had some sick stickers on it. Oh my god. No way this is 800. No wonder Pimp is selling all his shit. Did you see Twitter? Pimp is selling like a Gamma 4 Doppler or whatever, his Karambit. And he's like, I'm putting this towards whatever. Like, I don't even blame him. Bro's probably profiting big on that knife. That is insane. I gotta go to this. What is this site called? Trend Empire or something? Yeah, Trend Empire. Here we go. Or Price Empire. I want to show people on stream this. Because my people won't understand, like, the skins, but they'll understand this chart. My people will understand this very well. It's pretty cool, because with CS skins, they even provide, like, yo, this came out, that came out, that came out, that came out, that came out. But yeah, the skins market is an all-time high, $5.4 billion. It's up almost 1% in the last 24. That is fucking insane to see. These are just skins on a video game, people. Fucking insane. Oh, and I'll show you all the thing he's talking about. This is even more insane. We're gonna look at Fact New. This is insane. What the fuck are these jumps, dude? What the actual Bro, literally not even a few days ago, it was almost half that price. No, that's fucking nuts. Video game industry will always be insane. That is insane. Yeah, digital assets inflating. What a time. No, it really is. The Glock Emerald. I do have a Phase 2 Glock right now, and it literally doubled in price. Hold up, let me actually look at that. The Emerald, though? Let me look that up. Glock Emerald. Oh my god. Literally August 11th, 650. Just the other day, almost 1,000. What? Alright, let's look at a P2 Gamma Glock. Oh wait, I have to type out phase, fuck. Is mine Fact New? Yeah. What? Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I got it for like 120 or 115. It's almost 300 right now. That is nuts. Taking 8% on Apple? I don't blame you. You've had to be pretty fucking patient on this. And SPY might have to chill out for a second, which might make Apple settle out for a second. Just because of this quick sell, might have to chill out for a second. But guys, I'd be looking at puts if you see any seller signals under this level. Or anything that struggles in between here. I wouldn't be surprised if it bounces up quickly into that, though. But that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. And good job, Devontae. That was a pretty tough trade, I'm not gonna lie. SPY was trying to go up when this was still holding the bearish retest. You did good, though, bro. You literally took the definition of a bearish retest. Of a midterm retest, I should say. I didn't do the exact numbers, but let's look. Okay, not quite, but it was pretty fucking close. And honestly, using the open as a midterm was probably even better because it lowers your risk. Because now you're not cutting up here, you're cutting here, if you're wrong. Honestly, beautiful trade, Devontae. Which candle did you enter on, by the way? I just wanted to know after you were done. I'm proud I held through my emotions. I was getting a little scared. Yeah, I was too, honestly, for you. But we stayed calm, we stayed cold. We just focused on what was important. SPY didn't completely fuck you, so that was good. And now you're just taking off the table because fuck it. Did what you could. I did not know the skin prices were doing that, though. I've been watching some of Anomalies videos too, like here and there, FIPO, and I've only clicked on like 3 in the probably past like 4 or 5 months, probably this year. And each of them talked about like the prices of skins, and each time he said it was going to keep going lower, and each time his video came out, it bounced. He's been wrong the last 3 big bounces and reverses on the skin market. I know for a fact that man is losing money, at least on skins, but not overall. That man's probably making bank. Oh, okay. At 9 my time. Rejected the 9 EMA and the open. Okay. So you liked it after it rejected, and you're like, I'm just going to get on whatever the next red candle is and risk it right there. Because that's probably your best bet, too, because this right here, entering anywhere around here, gives you the best risk. Good shit. I just had to see what you did. Round of applause, Devontae. I'm not trying to put you in pain, but I do need to leave Apple up a little bit longer before I switch it. So if it dumps, I'm sorry. The good thing is the Chinese are pumping it full. And then Jim, the next message. The Chinese are pumping their in-game bags. I love it. No, they really are. The China market's literally pumping our in-game skins. Pretty nuts. Yo, FIPO, you would never guess who might join the Discord later on. Maybe not like soon, but eventually. You would never guess it. No, not him, not him. I don't even know if he knows I do that. I don't like to bother him. But no, little beer. I got to talk to him a little bit on Twitter. Not right now, but in the short-term future, he might. Baba has been on a mission lately. Dude, every time y'all bring that up, I'm always in the unknown because I have been ignoring Chinese stocks. Now, to be fair, I didn't ignore JD, so I can't say that entirely. I have been watching JD because it's been a pretty insane bounce from here. And they did the break and retake, triple inside bar, and then this candle appears. So they're holding really well from here at the very least, like way down here. Pretty big area. But then you zoom out and you're like, oh, they're just getting started. So in the future, if this doesn't continue, I would like to see this get tested. I would like to see this get tested. And then we'll save that for the future. But there's a lot of empty space up here. So I have been watching JD a lot. But yeah, Baba, dude, what the hell? Remember what it took to dump this stock, dude? The government had to kidnap the CEO. They had to, like, put heavy restrictions on the company before, during, and after COVID. Pretty crazy. And then what America did to them, too, didn't help, but... Damn, Baba. Bro, Jack Ma's eating good. The Trump letter? I saw a Trump letter. I don't know if it's the one you're talking about. Which one are you referring to? I'm honestly kind of lost in the Trump shit right now. I've noticed the more I don't focus on it, the better I've been trading, though, which is weird. But I will accept it. I saw something with him in Japan. I saw something with him in China. Oh my god. Guys, go to the trade floor. Shout out to Eli Lilly and Alexis. Bro, good shit. I just saw that. Oh, the birthday letter. No, I don't think I did. Jack Ma is a legend, dude. I forgot exactly what he said, but his stock suffered from it. Dude, I will never. We'll watch it on stream in a little bit, but I will never stop laughing at the thing with him and Elon, dude. It was like watching an antisocial kid who is kind of smart versus like someone who is super social and has no idea what the fuck they're saying. It was super fucking hilarious. I will never stop watching that interview. It's so funny, or whatever it was. It was like a big thing. Elon's reactions to all of Jack Ma's like random sentences was hilarious. The birthday letter, though, let me go see. No. No, no, not like this. Trump's gonna go down over this? What the fuck is this conversation? What the hell did I just read? Yeah, hitting with B, I got you. Actually, funny enough, I have it on my watch list. Maybe you're the one who brought it up, or it was either you or Sanddollar. Dude, yeah, this one's been a beast. I talked about the curling it's been doing and how powerful this can be. Now, I brought this up around this day, so I don't want to sit here and lie to you and be like, dude, I called out this pump. Like, no. I mean, it's had one green day after I looked at it. So. But I will say this. The curling it has here and the amount of price action that's sitting here is probably going to set this up like TSM. And if you know what TSM just did, you're probably going to see the same thing on this chart. Based on just the price action, just vaguely looking at it like this. And then this big-ass fib you see here, I just drew from the low to the high of this last big-ass rip on the weekly. And you could see when they dipped down, they said, fuck that, I'm not even going down to the 50%. So that's honestly insane to me. The fact they held here, not going down here, which they totally could have. In a calculated move, they go down here. So I think that just speaks to how strong the Bulls are actually trying to hold that up. But yeah, no, beautiful, beautiful chart. I can't really say anything else on it because I can't be like, oh, let's jump into new positions on this. But if I had seen this earlier, I think we definitely would have tried to take part in this before earnings and probably would have lost or been a part of that move or something. And then we would have waited, and then I probably would have missed this anyway. So I'm not going to sit here and been like, I would have caught that anyway. I don't think I would have. Oh, the earnings are today. That fucking sucks. You're looking for shorts on it. Okay, I could see why. Okay, well, good eye. I didn't even fucking notice that. Honestly, when I first looked at it, I thought that was, like, right here. I didn't line it up correctly. But yeah, I was kind of bullish on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into all-time highs, but seeing that earnings, actually, that could put a damper into things, and that might be why it's going up. You know, buy the rumor, sell the news type vibe. So, honestly, not a bad theory on that hitting with B. That's not a bad theory on that chart. Be very careful, because you know how earnings can be. But yeah, I'll have this on my watch list after earnings too. So if you want to try to catch some more plays on it later on, we can. But yeah, no, it's been pretty fucking exciting watching that one though. I'll probably keep it on the watch list. That one's there for memes. This one's here because it's. Is this a Rob or a $100 stock? I can't remember. And we need more data to get the IV percentile on these two. We need more time. And $100, I'm not going to forget about this dude. I'm going to be in this, just not yet. I want to be a part of Figma. Big green candle on Apple. Oh, God. But good mention, hitting with B. If you ever want to bring that up again, I'm down. Oh, yeah, you're not lying. Retake candle, too. Big green retake candle. And perfectly timed too with the SPY bounce at the previous day low. So, which we expect. It should probably go up to at least this level, in my opinion. If it fails anything before that, that just speaks to the weakness. I always find it funny when the EPS is green, but the revenue is red, and they send it. Then months later, shit comes down hard. Oh, she comes down hard. Jim, I can tell you're a lot more experienced than I am. Probably both, LOL. Yeah, you're not wrong, Rob. Probably both of you. Don't forget the keynote tonight. How can I? How can I forget the keynote tonight? Let's see if briefing has anything cool for us. Oh, that's bright. Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying too. Not really a whole lot of news today, besides the Apple event, and then PPI and CPI the rest of the week. Pretty good summary. I'll take the screenshot though. Also, if you guys ever go to this site, it's really fun to, like, if you see a blue title, go straight to the last paragraph. Last two, really. And sometimes you get like the quickest summed up, you know, whatever that you need. But I find it to be super helpful. I might actually post these two. But I really, really like this paragraph. That's very helpful. And then you go down, it's like these last two are the most helpful. So it kind of gives you a summary of what the hell you're even looking at. I think that's a Warren Buffett quote, actually. I don't remember what financial sheets he was looking at or what, but he's looking at something, and he was like, you always just jump to the last sentence of everything, the last paragraph, or you jump to read it backwards, basically, is what he was saying. And sometimes you get the summary of the more important information quicker. Which I always thought that was pretty fucking genius. Yeah, that website does need a dark mode. That's why I use this one more, Financial Juice. Because it's dark. And then their brief is like right here, but it's not as much information. That's why I still like to use the other one as well, but this one's alright. I will be honest, I don't ever read anything on here except this top part. Unless there's like a big thing in red. They'll post a big thing in red, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that's important. But if it doesn't have red on it, I pretty much don't pay attention. And you could set this too. You go right here, and then you just click importance high. You could set medium too. I used to do that, but sometimes it's just too much. And some of the stuff really doesn't matter. Like, I turned off orange and yellow, and I haven't had an issue since. But yeah. Major news outlets are loving this revision. Not surprised. Yeah. Doom smells, but it sells. BlackRock, interesting. Private equity will eventually own us all, so it's a safe bet. I love every message Jim has sent today. All right, guys, we did make it up to at least 648.50s, as intended. Now we'll see what kind of price action we get, because this, honestly, it's not just this level anymore. It's not just this level anymore. It really is this area as a whole. So I think directional moves will come from this area, based on what we've seen so far. Let me delete all these annoying purple lines. I'm probably tired of seeing that crap. I like to draw them because then you can actually see what the hell I'm talking about. Because I really don't like this. I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand this. And then where's the setting to... Here we go. Oh, wait, no, I want that off. Yeah. Maybe I should just leave it on. Save grid. Yes. Yeah, I remember the BlackRock real estate stuff. That was like in the beginning of COVID, towards COVID damages starting to hit us. Or maybe it was right before. But either way. All right, guys. Potential bearish retest popping up on SPY here. I'm going to jump into a 648 same day at 69. Oh, I got filled for 68. That's cool too. And no, I'm not heavy. I'm not in like $6,000 worth of puts here. No, no, no. I've actually been trading with less than 1,000 on a lot of my trades recently, like way less than 1,000. And I feel it's been making a lot of my trading decisions a little bit more calm, a little bit more logical, focused on what I've actually been saying. Sometimes when you jump into a contract that's moving too much, you almost forget what the hell you were planning. And I think I'm going to set my stop at 649, 648.96. Today's open. And if that is wrong, then I will chill and just kind of do some updates. And I'll probably look for another swing end of day. I've been having a lot of fun with the swings. We had a kind of nice-sized win on Starbucks. We dodged Soundhound fucking us. That was cool. What else? Lost on SoFi today. Very small loss, though, so I'm not really going to take that one to heart. And then some of the analysis on some of the plays we've been watching but not participating in have been all right. Rob's TSM was fucking beautiful. A few of Sandollar and username and Alexis or Optioneer, some of you know him, have been doing pretty well on some swings. So there's been a pretty good number of swings shared around. We just got to be logical with which ones we're choosing. Like every other day I want to swing bull and I stop myself. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to stop yourself. But then I just buy some shares. I have been buying shares of Bull, B-U-L-L. Wait, how you turn the cursor off again? I like how it looks. If you go to your settings symbol there, and then go to appearance, you can go here and mess with it all you want. Like you can actually make it a different color too. I just leave it on white because it's easier to see for the stream. And I won't lie, I do have custom candle colors because I didn't like how, I like how dark you can make the red and green, but not so dark that it's just like maroon. I don't want that. And then to synchronize it to where it's like this, and like if I'm on this chart, it'll still show up on that chart. You just turn that setting on where it says synchronize, and you have to do that for both charts. And if not, then you turn it off for both charts, which that's the one I'm preferring. So I don't have to, if I'm looking at Apple, I don't want a big line going up and down on this chart. Blackstone has been quietly using Airbnb to monopolize real estate for a decade. Yeah, they're insane. I won't lie, and I really hope, I'd have to look if Redfin is still a thing, but Redfin I used the first time around, and so did people I know, and it actually gave really good info on, hey, this house you're looking at is stupidly overpriced. Dude, like, it wouldn't say don't buy the house, but it was pretty much screaming it at you. And I thought that was really cool. So maybe there's an app like Redfin that'll be around, or a different app, or something similar to it. If anybody knows one that's already out, maybe. But I know for a fact Redfin was pretty helpful to consumers. And that was the only thing I saw helping people. I didn't see anything else or any other signs tell anybody, hey, you're not going to get fucked or anything like that. Like, people buying houses during that time were getting screwed. And even right now, it's hard to do that. People keep saying, like, oh, interest rates are going to come down. It's going to get better. Like, yeah, but do you understand the effect this has? Like, we're not going to be... People aren't going to be able to buy houses for, like, 6 more years. Maybe even longer. It's fucking crazy. And then no one's talking about stagflation. I talk about this with you guys all the time, so I know you guys know. But that's the most insane one to me. The fact that we have prices set by stores that have been set since the highest parts of inflation, and some inflation has gone down, interest rates have come down a little bit, and we still have the same prices on a lot of products. Yes, some things have come down. People talked about egg prices coming down, dairy prices coming down. That's not the whole fucking consumer market, though. That's not everything we consume. They literally increased prices during inflation, which I guess is needed. I get it. But there's no coming down with prices. That's stagnation. That's stagflation. It's fucking horrible. Our parents dealt with it. Our grandparents dealt with it. And now we're dealing with it. Things don't cost as much as they're supposed to. It's insane to me how, as a consumer, we're just dealing with that. There's not really any way to combat it either. We're just kind of stuck in a world where you just have to pay for a lot of shit. Pay a lot for a little. Their tactic is so cheap. drop the price threshold, then relist as original listing while advertising as a new listing. Lived through the 70s, people were horrified about the price hikes until they became normal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is the normalization of it. Like, the normalization of it is what I think really pisses me. It really grinds my gears, Peter Griffin. But it's insane. And I heard about this in the very beginning of when I started trading, and I was like, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to think about. And now we're literally witnessing it, just like any other generation has. It feels like a chokehold. That's crazy, though, Jim. Thanks for sharing that. Because I used to work in a plumber truck with a really old guy, and he would talk about similar stuff. He'd be like, Josh, you'd never fucking believe what things used to cost and this and that. He cussed and smoked and drank and all that stuff, but he told it how it was. You'd never believe what it used to cost for me to get a pack of cigarettes back in the day. I go to New York and it's $20 for a fucking pack. No problem, Devontae. Sometimes I forget where that setting is, even though it's right in front of my face. I did it yesterday in stream. I was like, I swear there used to be a setting, and I'm literally hovering right over it. Guys, we're up fucking $6. Watching CVX or Oxy for more upside. Ooh, let me go check those out. I like me some energy stocks. Damn, that is a very rapid response to that support. I will say this, Chevron and Exxon have a huge history of never touching a support. They always break it and then retake it. They never just go to it and hold it. Like this candle, 100% bullshit. They never hold the support like that. Exxon does the exact same thing. I noticed that when I draw like my... Like, this is the craziest hold I think I've seen from them. That's like a logistic... Like, it's holding. You can see it's holding. Whereas this one, you're like, questionable. Might just be going to fill gap, It loves doing those liquidity grabs. And then you said Oxy, which I don't mind Oxy either. I can't even give you an estimate on this because I really haven't been charting Occidental. I really haven't been. I don't even want to sit here and be like, yeah, this is this. I do want to see, though, is this a bearish retest? Did you go from the high here to the low of this red candle? Okay, it didn't even bother. And they're still struggling with the low of that candle. They're kind of stuck right here from short-term price action. XOM looks better. Oh, yeah, it does. It's even got that curl with it with the move up after. And see, it did the same thing. Loss, ugly-ass retake, big wick. But it's funny because I almost promise you, like if you were to divvy up from here to here, I almost promise this is like around the 70-75% range of that range, like going down. It's like there's the GP there. It just looks like a GP hold. So it's probably better to look for GPs rather than 50% on this kind of chart, or energy charts, for instance, if that makes sense. Not bad looks, though. Not bad. And thanks for sharing those. Nothing new. Even medieval peasants dealt with debt, economy dynamics, Roman Empire, too. Yeah, we're not the first and we're not the last. A quarter used to be a quarter ounce of 90% silver, which is about $9 today. Jesus. Is that true? That's actually wild. What is it today? Or what are quarters today? Does the UFC have a stock? No, but Endeavor does. And Endeavor owns UFC. What is Endeavor's ticker? Oh, wait. Does Endeavor still own UFC? EDR. I could be wrong on them still owning the UFC, though. Let me check that here in a second. Guys, I have 2 of these. I'm taking one off. The 648 strikes. We're at $84 right here. So we made 16 on the 68. We're holding our runner to see if we can make it to 647s. If anybody's in this with me, we did trim one of the two. All right, I'm glad we got a little bit of a win here after that SoFi loss. Which wasn't that big of a loss, but it's just the loss in your head you think about. You're like, fuck, why did I lose that trade? I didn't have to do that. You only grabbed one with me, so you're selling here. Oh, good shit, good shit. Yeah, if you ever hear me say I'm trimming and I still have one and you only have one, do not just continue to hold that. I am taking profits on part of my position for a fucking reason. Good shit, though, dude. And yeah, I just wanted to take it because we talked about us most likely bouncing up against this, so I knew that I'd probably get another seller signal here in time. So that's what my risk was. I just wanted to take that. Pretty boring, basic trade, but that's all you really need to focus on. I love... Yeah. I know what Jim's doing now. the what would you call that? Like distraction? What are their Kardashians doing right now? White House lawn? Wait, they're doing a fight on the White House lawn? Okay, now I do need to Google this shit. Yes, they do. Okay, now... No fucking way. On the 4th of July? How American does that get? They better have fucking fighter jets fly over before the fight starts. President Donald Trump first floated the idea, and Dana White confirmed the event is happening, with planning underway between the UFC and the White House. Dude, what? What timeline did I just wake up in? On the 4th of July of all dates is insane. Got it done in late August, so it's been done. I just never heard of it. Ivanka Trump, who is involved in the planning process, huh? Bro, there's no way. Dude, I'm a little impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like impressed, surprised, and shocked all in one little emotion. And during me reading that, we bounced. They should make the fight political, have Dems pick a fighter, and the Republicans would be fun. Oh, that would cause actual war. You think the country's divided now. Just do that and see what happens. Which I would like to point out, the country is not divided as it was before. It might seem like it if you look at social media all the time, but there's actually a majority opinion nowadays. I'm not saying one side won, I'm just saying the people have actually a majority voice now. Where most people do hold a genuine same opinion on things. Not everybody, I'm just saying there is a majority now. Modern gladiatorial event. It is actually that. I've always said it would be crazy if, like, Russia, or because it'd have to be, like, Russia. If they ever did, like, a real-life Hunger Games or something, that would be fucking nuts. I think I'm going to take my profit on this last one. I don't like that bounce, and we're only slightly up on it. And if we end up getting a dump under this, I'll probably just re-enter. Or wait for a swing. Yeah, I'm going to take that there. We're only up $3 on that. Oh, a little less now. Alright, not a crazy gain on that, but I'm still happy with us going with the methodical retest. I'll post my trade review so I can join the gang with trade review post. Entry. And then we trimmed kind of in the middle of that. I don't want to... I hate when people mark like, yep, I sold here. Like, no, I didn't. I sold probably around the middle of that wick. Because I sold as it was getting to it, but didn't touch it yet. Which is kind of my favorite thing to do. So not a really big gain, but I am very happy with that still because it's very methodical. We talked about the very high probability bounce happening going into this resistance and then probably trying to catch a seller signal. So And still could pull back from this. I just don't like that wick up there. Shorts from stream. What? Why was I about to type at here? I was about to do that. I've done that way too much. Make sure you guys are posting your trade reviews. I know a lot of you guys have like jobs and some of us get busy, but definitely take your time to go in there and post that if you can. Okay, who is Kazoki Odin in chat? Bro, your profile pic is based. I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Andy Tempest. Never mind. We know who that is. Based name. Squid Games IRL. Hunger Games, send someone from each state. Oh, that would be sick. I'd have to say, though, it really wouldn't be fair if we allowed Florida to play. People from Florida are built different. I would say there's like 2 or 3 states that you got to watch out for it. I would have to say Texas. I'm sorry. People from here are just built different. Ohio, those people are crazy. People from Florida, equally crazy. Maybe even more. So I would fear the Florida man. I mean, you see, what happens if you walk up and you're about to go off somebody in the Hunger Games and you see the Florida man in front of you? Like, fuck that, I'm running. And if he's top 2 with you, you lose. I don't know. That would be unfair unless we just don't let Florida play. I mean, those people fight gators for like fun, as a casual, nonchalant part of their Saturday. They go fuck with gators. Like, nah. The blue hair baddie versus the MAGA Loma. This is funny. So this is why it's good to make fun of both sides of the aisles, because it's funny. They both have their positives and they both have their fair share of negatives. Man, that would be actually cinema. It would be very illegal, but that would be pretty funny. Until it started, I think we'd all be like, haha, that's a cool idea, haha, that's funny, and then it starts, we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Those are real people. Meta with the weird daily candles for 3 days straight. Yeah, I know, I've been watching that. I was looking at it from here. If you remember, I was watching it to do a liquidity grab, and then I just didn't get in. And then Netflix and Meta did the same thing. They just went up. Which, fair enough, they are in the same sector. Netflix, Meta, Google. I didn't see that message, but I just saw incredible. I hope Colonel Sanders shows up. Colonel Sanders, 4th of July UFC event, White House lawn. Done. That might be news of the day. That might be news of the year. White House UFC event is insane. I keep saying it, but I can't believe I read that. I can't believe that's actually happening. I won't lie. There was a time where I thought Obama was going to have an NBA game at the White House somehow. I didn't know how it was going to be possible, but I thought it was going to happen because he's a pretty big fan of basketball, I think. Yeah, and the Meta contracts are a little pricey. Yeah, I think that's why I didn't touch Netflix because I was like, wow, this setup's perfect. I'm gonna make bank. And then I looked at it, I was like, I don't want to spend $860 for one contract. Because I mean, that was the contract I needed. Might be a second bearish retest here, guys. We might have a second entry popping up. Risk is the exact same. The only thing is that we did have a wick up from 647.70s as a higher low, so you do have a short-term hold showing as well of the previous day low, and you have a bearish setup. So it's like, it's kind of squeezing between two scenarios right now. Jesus. They need to update that so you can control Z back more than 10. Yeah, he used to shoot around with the NBA players. Yeah, I thought I saw tons of clips like that. I wasn't a huge Obama fan, but I'm not going to lie. If he wasn't our president, he probably would just be another super cool-ass guy. If Obama were president today, I think it would. The world is slowly becoming more... Yeah, I know it is kind of getting absurd. And that wasn't like hate to Obama. I just thought that would have been kind of funny if they did that. Can you explain why some are only trading X8? That's gold, right? Yeah, gold is so liquid you can just trade it and nothing else. Dude, have y'all seen the... I mean, it's probably a question for Jim and Jim alone, but have you seen the inventory buildup on gold in China? I think they have not just the market majority, but they have like a market majority by a lot. I wanted to say like 15%, but I might be off. I need to go look. But China has an insane amount of gold. And they've been stacking that shit since before COVID. And they have the minor majority. Okay, well, there you go. Take that, Africa. We don't talk about it, but they have more miners than South Africa. Oh, he said it too. Than South Africa and Canada. Yeah, that's bad. Another thing, too, is a lot of people still don't know that the gold isn't connected to the dollar anymore and hasn't been for some time. The gold chart's pretty wild, though. I think it was, which, is it slash GC? Yeah. If you go to the monthly, now this is when I first got into gold. I was getting into gold down here, like, before it truly popped up to 2000s. Now we're up here in the 2000s. Well, we're not up there anymore. We're almost at 4,000, but it just shows you how crazy this chart is. This looks like a daily chart, but these are monthly candles. Can we do the yearly? Yeah, here's the year chart on it. Pretty insane. Yeah, that's wild, Jim. That is wild. Just like thinking that again is just insane. Because yeah, Canada does a lot of mining for like all kinds of resources, mainly like gas and like different like energy resources, but they do a lot of mining. And then Africa as a whole, just insane. South Africa especially. That's crazy. They have more than both. I think another thing I saw too is they're having a problem with like their hydro plants, the nuclear plants. Sorry, which requires a lot of fresh water. You have to have a lot of like a lot of water to run nuclear plants. And I think they have like 20 or 30 of them. The U.S. owns most of Canada's gold miners. Oh. You mean the 51st state? Andrew's from Canada. We always like to mess with him. Dude, I cannot type right now. Still looking to see if we get the potential second short entry here. What happened to that Fort Knox missing gold story? You know, I remember us talking about that a while ago, but I don't remember what happened. I never heard anything about it. It probably just got, like, dusted over and they said nothing happened. Let's read what Google says. There is no evidence that any gold. Yep. There is no evidence that any gold is missing from Fort Knox. The idea is a long-standing conspiracy theory fueled by misinformation and pop culture. My ass, such as the James Bond film Goldfinger. Despite decades of rumors and more recent questions raised by individuals like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, official audits and statements from government officials confirm that the U.S. gold reserves stored at Fort Knox are present and secure. In the 1964 movie James Bond Goldfinger, the villain attempts to disrupt the gold supply and is a major source of confusion and spec. Why would they think that that's connected? Let's get real here. Misinformation and audits. Conspiracy theories surrounding the gold have persisted since the first deposits in 1937. Wait, you're telling me people have suspected this since 1937? I'm starting to think that this isn't a conspiracy theory. If a theory can make it from 1937 to 2025, that's almost 100 years. What? Recent interest. Trump and Musk. In early 2025, former President Trump... What do you mean, former? Oh, because he probably was then. And Elon Musk... No, he would be president. What the hell is this article? Questioned whether the U.S. gold reserves at Fort Knox still exist, leading to increased media attention on the issue. The public interest sparked calls for an audit of the gold, partly to reassure the public. Where's the audit, though? No info on the audit? Let's do this. Fort Knox audit info. Okay, this is interesting. This might raise some eyebrows. The U.S. Treasury last conducted a comprehensive, independent physical audit of the gold reserves at Fort Knox in 1953. While there have been some partial reviews and tours for the public and Congress, notably in 1974 and 2017, these were not full financial audits. The Treasury currently relies on internal spreadsheet reviews and paperwork instead of physically verifying the gold. Calls for a new, legally mandated audit have been made, such as the Gold Reserve Transparency Act of 2025, to address long-standing questions and increase transparency in the U.S. gold reserves. So it's actually never had an actual let's count them by hand audit since 1953. You're telling me with all the AI and all the advances in technology, we're still counting this shit with a real person? Heading out, great stream, Billy. Thank you, Devontae. And yeah, sorry for all the gold auditing talk. I was interested in that. But have a great day, Devontae. Thanks for being here, and good shit on the trades, bro. He caught an Apple short and a SPY short with me. He did the Apple one on his own. And we kind of did the SPY one together. We wouldn't be surprised if the next crisis is related to energy. MRLV looking decent for swings. Even if it was missing, you know, the damage that would do to our financial system if they admitted it. Yeah, that's probably the situation they were in. I think it is one of those things where they're not... Maybe they aren't trying to be evil, but they are in a situation where it's like, okay, if we do this, we're fucked. But we need to just keep lying to everybody. Whatever, though. Like what happened on Netflix in Money Heist. Oh. That's a good one, actually. I'm like coughing like crazy now. The documentaries on Netflix are actually pretty good. I got an Xfinity login, so I've been diving into Xfinity recently. There's a lot of shows that I've not been able to see. Like, I won't lie, I've been wanting to watch Deadliest Catch and River Monsters. So I will be doing that. My theory is that we have too much gold in Knox, leading to global outrage from countries that have been asking for us to have the gold back. So Google says the government audited themselves and found no wrongdoing. Well, to be fair, that was back in 1953. And Google also stated that they haven't done an actual legit audit since 1953. Every other quotation audit hasn't really been to the fullest extent. Which is a little weird. I mean, that's what? 72, 73 years ago? 70 years ago? Most of the world's gold is most likely off the books in Switzerland. I really don't know anymore, but I mean, we do know Switzerland has a lot of off the books money for various reasons. If you're allowed to audit yourself with your own data, why wouldn't you pass your... Exactly. You know how illegal that would be? If I was to be here like, I'm going to audit myself, and then the government comes like, hey, we need to audit. No, you're good, guys. I already did it. I did it back in 1953. You guys are good. You don't got to. Like, that just sounds so fishy. And that's what they're telling us. That's not even really like conspiracy theory talk either. I really hate that they're labeling it that. That's like legit conversation. I mean, that's money in the world that we don't know where it is. That's not a conspiracy. That's a little weird for me to see them label it that too. I know some people can get a little crazy with it though. They'll sit there and try to make it seem like everyone is out to get everyone at all times, which maybe they are, but I don't see the point of looking at it like that. Malta as well? Wait, what's happening in Malta? Oh, you're talking about off the book money. Yeah, Malta's probably another big one. Malta and fucking Switzerland and what's that other one? The tiny one outside of the Netherlands. That's where your money goes when you've truly made it. Yeah, it's a circus act, literally. Company conducting an internal audit or investigation. Be like, yeah, nothing happened, guys. No bigger things need to be done. I have a friend who works in state government, and it's like a time machine. Still require paper forms to be mailed in and have people... What? No, that's crazy. I'm impressed how, like, outdated some of our, like, government stuff is. Don't get me wrong. I want a strong-ass military, too. I love that we invest in that stuff. But, come on, man. We still got all this going on in some of our own, like, government positions. That's crazy. We're supposed to be in flying cars by now. What's going on? Paper mail? What is that? Not everything can be digital, but, I mean, Jesus. Excuse me. And thank you guys, by the way, for all the likes. Seriously, getting up to 30 again is pretty fucking nuts. I'm like hiccuping and coughing right now. And I'm just sitting here. We took a loss on our SoFi swing. A couple people took trades in here. Did pretty good. I took a small short setup on SPY. Nothing crazy. Really nothing to even write home about. And now we're watching SPY in this gray area. Highlighted area. If we can see a rejection of this or a loss of this, bears are still in control. If we get beyond this area, there's a good chance buyers do have another move in their gas tank. I don't know what the hell I was about to say there. The digital age has been a promise for 40 years. Still waiting on it, dude. You're not lying. Jim knows better. He's older than all of us. Wait, so I mean, I don't even like to ask people that, but like. You said you grew up in the 70s. Like, how old were you in the 70s? And I asked you this before, but I just don't remember. We've had a few older people in my chat before, and I've almost always just been like, all right, just listen to that guy. Most of the old-timers who've survived to this point in time know more than any of us could know in our lifetime. If they use it correctly. It's always good to listen to your older peers. Like, I didn't even know about the whole Democrat-Republican thing till that old guy I worked with when he was like, yeah, dude, Democrats and Republicans were, like, completely opposite parties back then. Republicans were Democrats and Democrats were Republicans. I never knew that until he told me that. I was like, wow. Born in 63. What a year. Let's see all the crazy things that happened in 1963. 63. You're lying, dude. 1963 is labeled as the year everything happened. I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King Jr. The Rise of the Beatles. The computer mouse. Push button telephones. The March on Washington. X-Men comic book. The first release of the push button phone that was a year of profound social challenges and the tragic JFK assassination. No wonder this is called the year everything happened. Instant replays came out, cassette tapes, lava lamps, push button telephones, computer mouses. Betty Friedan published her influential book challenging women's traditional roles. The Beatles released their first trend-setting album, I Have a Dream. Okay, so you were born in a pretty fucking busy year. It's literally called the year everything happened. That's the year you were born. Disable my ad blocker. Oh. This is also the year the Supreme Court ruled local governments cannot require the Lord's Prayer or Bible verses in public schools. The court also ruled that a lawyer must be provided to a defendant in criminal case the defendant cannot afford to hire one. The Washington-Moscow hotline was established as a way to prevent a nuclear war August 30th. I do remember that, reading about it at least. Astronaut Gordon Cooper orbited Earth 22 times in 34 plus hours in the final solo Mercury mission on May 15th and 16th. On June 16th, Soviet Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman in space. Shout out Valentina. The civil rights movement was a monthly blah, 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 blah. Harvey Grant. Okay, there was a lot of shit going on the year you were born. Like, people say the KKK nowadays, but, like, this actually existed in this year. Like, heavily. Oh, yeah, here it is. I actually found it. 4 young girls are killed when an explosion rocks the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. 3 KKK members eventually were tried and convicted. Damn right. More than 200,000 went to the nation's capital for the March on Washington on August 28th, after the I Have a Dream speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. What a freaking year, man. The first instant replay used for football was used in 1963 between Army and Navy. That is cool. A new pope was that year. The first successful lung transplant was in 1963. The first American to ever successfully scale Mount Everest was on May 1st, 1963. Dude, I mean, genuinely, everything happened this year. Astro Boy came out in 1963. Jesus. The most popular movies included The Birds, Cleopatra, The Pink Panther, Bye Bye Birdie, Tom Jones, and Lilies of the Field. Sugar Shack, Hey Paula, Puff the Magic Dragon, Blowin' in the Wind, Wipeout, Devil in Disguise, and Ring of Fire were the most popular songs. What a freaking year, man. The first touch phone had 10 buttons, including an asterisk and a number key. The number keys. Oh, no. The asterisk and the number keys were added 5 years later. Pull tabs on soda cans were introduced. Oh, I Wish I Wasn't Oscar Mayer Wiener debuted. Mousetrap, the Easy Bake Oven, and Trolls were the top toys for Christmas. You have the same birth years: Johnny Depp, Michael Jordan, Brad Pitt, Whitney Houston, Lisa Kudrow, Mike Myers, and Helen Hunt. What the fuck? Everybody was born this year. Okay, that's the craziest year I've ever read. I'm done reading on 1963, guys. Sorry. That was a little impressive. Yeah, and then I read the chat, Jim's message, and it was all downhill from there. First result for me is that Jim was born. Dude, having the same birthday as Brad Pitt and Johnny Depp is crazy. Yeah, that was a legendary year. There's probably a better list of things that didn't happen in 1963. Like, that's crazy. Wow, Jim was really born at all-time highs. Imagine that. You had a good spawn point, is what someone I know would say. That's pretty funny. All right, back to charts. Enough with 1963. Oh my god, IWM was on my list and I didn't even post it. I'm always so late to reviewing that one. This is a really good day trading chart, though. I really need to start taking advantage of that. Because I sat here and I was like, man, it gapped down. It's going to test this. And if it breaks this, it's not good. There is a beautiful, beautiful long leg candle right there screaming at us. Please get in. That would have been a really, really good move to be in. Jesus. Well, now we know for tomorrow to focus on the 50% a little more. Triple Q could be a good look too. 50% of the gap from your bigger time frame, and then you have another gap here. Of course, I didn't mark, but I think this is holding that 50%. Tech is at a pretty important spot, and SPY could be giving us another bearish breakdown from here, but we need to see a little bit more. It's already past 10:30. I didn't even notice. Trading and talking about 1963 will do it, man. Time will fly. And Soundhound is doing exactly what I need her to do. So I found this, posted it late. This happened, then that happened. And since we missed it, I was like, we really need to wait for this to reject and come back down here to hold for a higher low. So I'm kind of waiting to see from this low to whatever the high is going to be, does it come back down? Which that's not going to be accurate. I'm going to have to draw it from probably this low. But I just wanted to see it come down to the halfway point of something here and then try to catch it again. And if not, then we'll just wait longer. But Soundhound's a good one to get into. I just need to wait. I like bull shares. Already talked about that. Coin has a chance of being a good long swing, but I don't know if a lot of people in here are going to be ready to pay for that because it's pretty pricey. But coin could be a potentially good long setup. I have not checked Bitcoin today, though, so let me go look at that real quick. Oh, never mind. Fuck coin. Bitcoin struggling with that level. I genuinely thought this was holding this level and moving up to 118. Okay, well, until we get those working together over 112 to get to 118, I'll probably wait on coin, but that could be a good future play as well. And then I think I just have Mara here for shits and giggles. MSDR could be a good short too, also on the pricier side of things for swing trades, just because they are kind of losing this and giving up now, so pretty easy risk over the high of this day, really. Or under the high of that day, sorry. UNH kicking ass. Intel's still kind of in the buffer zone here. It's at a spot of the chart where it could be a bullish retest. Highlighted area of broken. Not looking good. SPY is coming down. We did get a confirmation on a second bearish retest trade. I would leave your risk at whatever the hell... Yeah, I'd leave your risk like towards the high of this. The meat of it. Not the high, the meat of it. Don't let yourself hold a stop past that. But this is a pretty good similar setup to what we literally just shorted. The only difference now is because we've actually held previous low, moved up to the halfway points. But now we're back to square one with another bearish retest popping up here. Does anybody have a chart they want me to put up on the left? I really don't have an idea for the left side anymore. I'm also a little impressed by Trading Desk being down here. One second, I'll be right back. Hopefully the chart's still just dumping by the time I get back. I get back and Spy still pulling back. Good shit. Good job if anybody is paying attention to some of these updates. This is the second bearish retest we're seeing from the halfway points. We'll see if it continues to follow up like we saw the first time down to the 647.70s. It is approaching the meat of that hammer candle from the left, so this is a good first target for scalps. Second target could be that same 647.77. UNH? Oh, nice. We can have UNH. Right as I said that, too, it wicked that meat of that candle. Sucks it isn't a bigger amount of room for anybody who might be scalping that, but just gotta deal with what you got. How is that, Elst? You want me to change it up a little bit? I mean, technically she has room to 380. But whatever the halfway point of that gap down is from that left side of my chart there, that should probably be the first spot it goes to touch. But I don't think I'd be surprised if it went up to 380. Just because you have so many crowds of people not really expecting this to keep going, which will provide liquidity for anybody who might be mistaking that. Good shit, though, Alist. I do remember you being one of the people in chat who are actually looking at this and trading this, so. And there is, like, one or two other people in chat who have, like, really long swings on this and just, like, bought them and forgot them. So, I'm sure they're not looking too bad either right now. Depending where they got them. I do remember, though, being very, very, very open about not buying the first, like, part of consolidation. And after seeing this, I almost promise most people from my chat are like, all right, when can I buy? Because the retake of that consolidation is nuts. There's a guy in chat named On God, and his first message in chat just now was, hey. That's pretty funny. On God is a really good username. Now we need someone's name to be dead ass in chat. Took some more shares the past few days in the 12s. Oh, that's a really good average. Welcome, On God. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent just said the Fed is choking off growth with high interest rates. Might be his first good take of the year. How many of you guys had time to check out the Ivy dashboard stuff? I posted the video and the text document with it. If you watch it on YouTube, the text document is just in the description of the video. But did anybody have time to actually check that out yet, or take a peep or read some of the tech stuff? I thought it was pretty awesome information. I do see the Ivy percentile on Apple keeps increasing too. And so did UNH, but that makes sense. They went up. So that is also going to mess with their probabilities. Because their volatility is probably more or less been above where it was today. So let's Why your percentile is at 41.41. Meaning 58.59% of the time, it is above that. Or below that. No, yeah, above that. 41 would be below. I'm reading that backwards. I made sure I said that in the video and in the text document too, because sometimes I read the numbers backwards. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right. But it makes sense instantly as soon as you make that mistake. How's the stream so far? Hopefully we're doing good. I need a vibe check. It is about almost 11 o'clock. We're a little late on the vibe check. But what is everyone up to? How's everyone doing on the stream? And thank you guys again for the likes, the comments, the engagement, the conversation. It definitely makes this not boring, but I mean, if I'm just sitting here talking to myself for 4 hours at a time, I will go a little crazy. But you guys have honestly been really good. The trades have been nice, have been logical. I don't see anybody pressuring anybody. Good conversations. I mean, we go a little conspiracy here and there, but I don't see anybody go crazy with it, so that's okay. It's good to have fun conversations. Immaculate vibes, exactly. I agree. And I will just keep posting the Discord link for anybody who's new to join in the bios of my streams, because I'm done sharing the Discord link. I'm tired of bots joining. I've had people from... And I am going to name names now because I'm getting kind of tired of it, but the Fair Value Gap community is so cringe. If y'all's strategy is so good, why do you feel the need to come to my chat and spam people? If you're so good, wouldn't people just naturally come to you? It's fucking ridiculous. ICT Fair Value Gap people are spamming our chats with invites. The X-Trades community too? How is that still going? How are there still people still falling for that stupid affiliate link trick? It is insane with that crap. Like, I've had to ban, like, 30 different X-Trades, FVG, ICT, some bitches, past 2-3 weeks. It's crazy. And that's just the people I've banned. That doesn't count any of what my mods have had to do, which is a lot. Being a mod is supposed to be, like, chill and casual, and you, like, barely use it. Bro, my mods have to ban people, like, every other day because there's people spamming links everywhere. It's crazy. Like, don't get me wrong, like, their strategies are fine. I love price action strategies. It has, like, when people hear that, too, they think I'm attacking their strategy. Like, no, your strategy's fine. It aligns with a lot of the things I look at, actually. So I have no hate against that. I'm sure it works fine. But if it works so damn fine, why do you feel the need to spam other chats? I have never once paid for somebody to go spam other chats. That is a normal thing nowadays. For a group owner to pay a service or a person to spam Discord servers. It is no different than Clownfish on Skype back in the day. It is the exact same thing. If anybody is that old and remembers any of that stuff, that's exactly what it's like. It's the exact same thing. You add thousands of people, you spam thousands of people, you get maybe 10, 20, 30 hits. You go to bed for the night. You know, that's what they do. It's fucking crazy. So that is one thing I am kind of getting a little annoyed with. But everything else is fine with the group. There's nothing wrong with the group. But the spamming is getting insane. And it's always someone with those three things in their name. X-Trades, ICT, or FVG. And it's crazy because I genuinely have no hate against anybody who trades fair value gaps or ICT. Like, that's price action. That's logical price action. I actually agree with it. But spamming my chat because you can't sell memberships to people because you suck, I don't know what to say to that. I'm not a fucking genius. I just treat people how I want to be treated in my community and then move on and slowly gain more people. That's it, right? What's the point of going and spamming other people? It just doesn't make any sense. And you dilute things too. You might even make somebody quit trading because of it. If they're constantly switching groups and switching strategies, like, that would fucking burn me out too. That's who I really feel for. People who, like, never got a decent opportunity with, like, a decent group. I mean, you guys see me. Anytime someone joins chat, I beg them not to sign up. I'm like, dude, please just sit in chat and chill it. If you want to sign up later, do it. But just chill and chat. Engage. Grow with some of the people in here without paying a dime. You want to support the group later on? Dude, all power to you. I fully support it. I appreciate it, but that's not what we promote right at the door. It's just a little cringe. Back on the road again, vibing with the gang. Dude, I hope you're having a good day, honestly, Alexis. Did you have a lot of deliveries already this morning? Or first half of the day, I should say. I think you're an hour ahead of me. Is anybody listening to music right now? And if so, what are you listening to? I have the most immaculate playlist of just random songs right now. Oh, Mac Miller. Miller Mac. Miller Mac. I wish we could play music on YouTube. I'd stream video games all the time. Dude. I mean, I could probably stream a video game after a stream, but I definitely wouldn't be able to play good music. We'd have to go to like Twitch or Kick or something. And I'd probably have to do Kick because Twitch is like, watch an ad every 5 seconds. Like, what? I don't want to do that. I'm also not trying to go to another platform to make people like pay. That'd be weird. But yeah, I wish we could just listen to things on YouTube. I wish there was a setting for it. Not even that. I wish there was a setting for it. Like, yes, I'm about to listen to copyrighted music. Do not let me charge people money or ads on this stream. And then allow me to use that. Right? We could delete the VOD after. And technically, we could do some copyrighted music, but it would get, like, there would be no replay of the stream. So there's a really big give and take on that. More take than give, really. Yeah, I wish we could too, dude. I'd be blasting all kinds of good music in here. I would have it set up to where y'all play the music. Like, you queue up a song or something. Like, that would be how I have it. I wouldn't give a shit what's being played. But yeah, we can't. I also wish there were more integrations with YouTube streams. Like, I wish we could play, like, Marbles, like we said before, but with other games. I wish we could do that, where you guys just type something and it's ready to go. But it's not Twitch. This is not Twitch by any means. The food in the fridge is stale. Octo is down 18% today. Do we have any prop firm traders in here right now? Someone I trust? In the boonies, 2 stops and then chill at a random park. That's pretty chill. What do you do in your park? Do you just like chill on your phone, or you read something, or actually you probably trade. What am I asking? Probably go chart a bunch. I have a prop firm trader in chat. Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of, dude? Is it Carl? I don't think Carl's in stream right now. Oh, bro, who am I thinking of? Bro, this just got me. It says 911,000. Oh. He's like, dude, you're reading it wrong. Oh, that's actually so funny. Alright, sorry. Oh, you're gonna wait. Okay. Build the cabin if it was good. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll get an answer to you before then. I first need to dig into my brain and remember who I'm trying to think of, and then I need to ask that person what they use. Because I'll be honest with you, you are right in a sense, but wrong in a sense. Yes, you would probably have a better time because you're not dealing with like certain aspects of trading. But the capital is definitely a different size, and you might be dealing with different size trades and all the good stuff. So there is a difference, but I'd have to find that person. I had somebody try to get me into it a while ago, and I never did. But yeah, let me get back to you on that. I had to figure that out. But I guess that's why you said you're going to build up capital first. Which I think is smart, just so you know you have something to play with, and if you fuck up, you're like, alright, never mind. I'll just go back. I'll just go back to what I know. So I respect that. Yeah, you should be good. In theory, you should be solid. You should be fucking amazing. In theory. But no, yeah, I respect that, though. I think it's Carl, and he's about to answer me in trade floor. I'm 90% sure it's him. Also, great meme by Tobias. I gotta show this on stream. Greatest business ever? Is this a shit company? Actually, I'm taking his meme. I'm gonna make people on Twitter think I made that. I should tag Tobias too and be like, look at this meme I made. Looking for a restroom. Probably dead soon, inhaling cigarette fumes. Sorry for that blind people comment. That was just rude. And I was raised better. Say God bless you. Trade Little Hike and Blaze. But today I forgot my bud. I was. Oh, you Blaze while at work? I never thought you did that. I mean, I can't hate. That's funny. Your deliveries with the oxygen tanks are so much funnier in my head now. Here's your air. That's funny. Throws tank from van without getting out. Oh, that's good. All right, it has to be Carl because he's still typing. It has to be Carl. Eric, I might have remembered it on the first person. Because I really don't have a lot of people around me who do that. But I do understand it. Like, why they're doing it. I also just don't promote them because I've seen a lot of them go under, and then people lose their accounts, and they're like, what the hell? And then there's lawsuits that they're never going to get their money back from. I've seen that happen a lot in the United States. Prop firms are very susceptible to failing. Or, I don't even know if I said that word right. But they're very... The potential of failing is very high in the United States. Eric, just check trade floor. I told them I was going to send it to you, but you can see it. I did remember on the first try. But there you go. I saw him typing a lot. I was like, it has to be Carl. I had to have gotten that right. No problem. If you ever have any questions, message him. DM him. I don't trust a lot of people as much as I trust Carl. But I've had Carl around me since before this chat ever existed. And he's never once, not even once, stepped on my toes. Not even a single second has he ever even attempted or thought about doing it. If anything, he's enforced positivity in the group. He's reinforced confidence in some traders in the chat. You know, it's like, that's the kind of people I want around me. I shouldn't have to be here for someone to spread good messages to people. Like, I shouldn't have to be over your head at all times. But he's fully on a good leader, and he's been here since before this chat even was made. Carl doesn't even know that I know about the messages between him and someone in chat, actually. Let me send it to him. You know what's funny? Carl is actually the person... If I was to go back in time and show you guys, I probably could, but... Carl was actually the person that pushed me to start this group. There was the old group that I used to be a moderator in, and he didn't pay people or anything. Which that wasn't an issue. But the owner of the group was never around. And I posted the daily watch list, I posted the daily news, the weekly news, I posted everything. Kind of like what I do now, except probably even more, because I was just always on my screen sending shit. And it came out that the owner of the group was like kind of a scammer, or it felt that way, due to a couple things really. And I forgot what it was, but I wasn't in the chat for like a week. I went on vacation. I came back, and Carl had started like this group chat with like other members of the chat that were like super loyal and like super active all the time. And they basically all had this conversation that didn't include me, because they knew that I wasn't malicious, like that I wasn't in the group to be like, fuck the owner, let's end this and go start something new. Like, if anything, I would still been a mod of that group to this day. That's how loyal I was. Like, they knew I didn't want to do that. So they made their own little group chat without me and the owner. And they basically were like, yo, we need to push Bueller to start his own group or make our own group or something, because this is bullshit. Like, they just were fed up with the owner. And then they finally showed me all that stuff, and I was like, wow, they really hate this guy. So that's when we left, and that's how the group started, is we had Carl, a couple of his friends, a couple of my friends from the chat, and just, that's it. We started as like 20, 30 people. And then it just grew from there. But that is genuinely how the group started. Fed up from bullshit of another group, we're like, fuck it, let's make our own. But it took a lot for me to do that, because I genuinely hate when people do that, like, to anybody. Like, I think it's crazy that people will leave a group and just start a new one using the same things from the chat that they left. It's like, bruh, do you not have, like, any thinking for yourself? So that was one big pet peeve of mine, but I am happy we did it, because now we're here. But yeah, cool little lore behind Carl in the beginning of the chat. I can't even remember the guy's name. I think it was like Stalker85 or some shit. His name was weird. Yeah, look how old this is. April 4th, 2019. To all the killers and the $100 billers. Man, what a good couple of streams already. Been a long couple of days, it feels like, but it's been good. Octo now down 20%. And it looks like we did good not jumping into the second bearish trade, because the higher lows are still holding, so it looks like the trend is intact, and they are going to try to at least get to today's open. They're right under it. We'll see if they can pop it, hold over it. A rejection would definitely keep us in the boat of thinking, okay, this could probably pull back in the last part of the day. But any rise over 649 to 648.50s, and we have to assume that they are trying to work up a little bit more than they were before. If that makes sense. I'm not trying to, like, talk in circles. Who's all still kicking it with me in the stream? I know we've been going for a little while now. But who's all still alive? Hey, good looks, JD. Good to see you, dude. Doctor. And I know some of you guys are busy. You can't even type. But I just like to always do a check so I don't go crazy, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think I'll catch another trade today. Maybe a swing end of day, but scalping, I think I'm done. If anybody wants to review the SPY price action, we can. I did review IWM and Triple Q as well. I was a little depressed I wasn't focused on IWM as much as I could have been. Just because that was a beautiful, beautiful breakdown. And unlike SPY, it actually did give us that single directional movement for a longer period of time. Whereas our trade today on like SPY, it was very minimal. Nothing to really write home about. Alive and kicking. Good to see you. Good to hear. I'm here just listening as I'm working. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm not joking. I really do just ask that. Not even really for y'all's sake, you know. I'm going to be selfish here. I'm genuinely asking because I just seeing if I'm going crazy if anybody's left in here or not. I kind of use y'all to end the stream or not, too. But I think I'm going to hang out a little while longer, kind of like yesterday. I don't mind the longer streams. Plus, sometimes we end up having a good conversation at the end. Listening, thanks for the stream. Thank you, Robert, for being here. Hey, what's up, Garden? I'm here watching SPY above the 0.5 from yesterday. Did we get an outside bar on the day? Your guess is as good as mine. But no, good looks, good forward thinking. I agree. Garden, you've been really good with the quick updates on the OBs and IBs recently. I've seen you and Letterbuck. I did not want to say his name wrong. Or say someone else. Those are actually really helpful for anybody who actually knows how to read them too. Because they're very basic, they're very simple. You just gotta be patient. And a lot of the time they do give you some pretty good moves. And you can reflect on that and be like, damn, I did that. I traded the outside bar. Listening, not actively traded, looking at chart. Seems SPY keeps testing PDC. Yeah, they just keep bouncing up into it. This is the best attempt since we fell down, but we'll see if they get over this and actually get a good move into 650s. High 649s, low 650s. I'd say if there's one tip from today's stream, it's to be decisive. You know, if you're planning something and you said I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that with my trade, or if this happens I'm going to jump in, or if that happens I'm going to avoid it for a little while longer, like do it. Be decisive. If you planned it, stick to it. If you're sitting there trying to make up something in the middle of your trade, ignore that version of you. He is trying to fuck you. He's trying to scam you out of your trade potential. He or she, I should say. Listen to the you that was there before the trade was active. Garden said, yes, this morning's SPY outside bar to IB was a great trigger down to PDL 100% on a mental trade. Good shit. I could picture the whole chart based on that, too, with what you said. Trigger down from the IB to the PDL. Yeah, to the PDL from yesterday. Nice. Those are good little mental reps too, because they are like methodical trades, and sometimes they happen really quickly. Like today, I would say that happened very quickly. The initial dip down, I should say. And there was some price action that was pointing to us bouncing. I would say it was only up until this candle that it really started to feel like, okay, they need to just give this up. Because this was nuts. The sandwich here, nuts. But this was a little bit of a trigger, like, okay, they broke the high, but nothing else happened. And then they gave us exactly what we thought. And of course, when they do finally break that low, it's a very quick move, and it's because of that. Liquidity built up, you have people switching sides. And then they did it again. I almost promised tons of people got trapped there too, if they were holding anything from up here. So it's kind of funny to reflect and look back on part of the charts that could have been actual traps. Thanks, guys, for all the replies, by the way. Making me feel less crazy. Now see if we get this retest or what's about to happen. This highlighted area we have here is definitely the pivot point for direction. And then it's even weirder because you have these barriers outside of it too, like 650 basically, and then like 647.20s. Like they can only go so far on its first initial move until we see the breaks of those outer barriers, I guess we could call them. Excuse me, sorry. I did not mean to do that in the mic. Rejection and falling out of 648.50s again. We'll see if that candle holds under or not. How can the BLS be so wrong that non-farm payroll employment is revised down 911K? Oh, that's why I was laughing at this thing. Because it's like, what? It's like, what? If this guy had Trader in his bio, I was about to quote tweet him and be like, "My brother in Christ, what rock have you been sleeping under?" But he's not. That's kind of disrespectful. He said, "Grok, who's the second person, please?" Like, my brother in Christ, where have you been? The Fed, the working class. Oh God. That's so funny. Jerome, that number's negative. That means you cut. What the hell is this guy typing? This. What the hell is he doing with that cigar? That's sus. The Fed should cut 50 BPS next week. That means the labor market was weak even before tariffs kicked in. Oh, nice. We can actually get a breakup of this. Nice. So majority of her hospitality, wholesale, trade, and retail. And you could throw manufacturing up there. Government remained the same. I hate people like this. This is such like a vague comment. I'm sorry, this is like a vague ass comment. And then he says, nailed it. Well, why am I capitalized now? What the hell? That's actually hilarious. Guys, in 3 to 9 months, something's gonna happen. Anything happens. Guys, I was right. I was so fucking right. I nailed it. Who followed me on that? That's like the energy that gives off. 3 to 9 months is a crazy estimate. I mean, why don't you just say for the next 20 years? Great estimate, dude. You're definitely ahead of the market. I can tell by your intuition. Never listen to people who talk like that. Guys, in the next 3 to 9 months, this and this is going to happen. A month later, one piece of news comes out. Guys, I nailed it. I'm so smart. No, that's what I'm saying, Dr. J. I don't understand it either. I don't know why they rely on the BLS when they get that kind of data. I mean, we can't rely on them, which means we can't rely on the Fed. Because the Fed rely on them. Like, we can't rely on anybody anymore. This is why I always say you only just pay attention to when news is coming out. You don't necessarily focus on every little thing the news is telling you. Because then you're going to get caught up in all this bullshit and you're going to be making up different sentiments in your own head. Like, you're going to get caught up in a lot. Now, if you're someone who genuinely does just want to understand it, that's cool too, but don't get hung up on it all. Yeah, that is a pretty big wrong, though, in my opinion. That's a lot wrong. I love that his tweet says, I pray for all of those who are suffering financially. My brother in Christ, you don't give a shit about any of us. Someone's got to lose for you to win, dude. I don't use it for my trading. I just pay attention to news to make sure. Yeah, exactly. Just to understand, like, what kind of volatility are we in front of. I have an institutional friend who basically told me that that their computers know everything. Yeah, no, they know it in a flash of time. Like, that's why I get so annoyed when people are so focused on news. Like, I don't think people realize it. Like, that computer is, or whatever, we'll just say a computer. Their computers are set to literally get the news, relay if it's what bias it is and what it affects, and then take advantage of it. There's no, like, thinking or human error involved. Like, it's in a flick of time. Like, it's in a blink of an eye a lot of the time. That's why I get so frustrated when people get so focused on that. It's like, if you're focused on what news is telling you to catch a trade, you're not trading. That's just facts. You need to have at least some sort of baseline theory or method or strategy, some sort of theoretical way of, oh, this is what should happen if this happens, or that's what happens if this should happen. Like, you should have that in your head. You should understand that. Then you could start to look into that stuff and be like, okay, I could have done this with that, or this affects this. I could do this. But you can't just jump straight into, all right, what's the news? Can I buy calls or puts? Like, that's like skipping so many steps. That's cool, though. You have a friend in that industry. That's honestly really cool. I only have a couple friends that I don't really talk to that like have worked either at the New York Stock Exchange or have worked around it. But I don't have a higher up institutional friend like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you literally can't compete on the reaction of news. You could guess. That's about it. He won't tell you anything useful. He is also too honest. Well, he sounds like a good person. He's probably scared to tell you what the truth is, to be honest. He's probably too nice to be like, yo, just quit trading, dude. Now, guys, volatility is going to be up in the morning and tomorrow morning. I mean, in tomorrow morning and the day after in the morning. Can anybody tell me why? What is coming out tomorrow and the day after that could make volatility increase? Does anybody know? I think he's afraid of losing his job. He has to get permission for any personal trade / investments, and it usually takes 3 days minimum. Yeah, they have a lot of restrictions. I've only heard rumors, but I've heard there's a insane amount of restrictions on some of those guys. But I mean, fair enough. I mean, the job they have. That's pretty cool, though. I wonder if he was part of the Activision Microsoft deal. That's pretty cool. You get a buddy that like that. PPI and CPI, exactly. For anybody who needed the answer to that question. PPI and CPI. So there should be some early morning moves over the next 2 days. Maybe even before the open you get a larger move. Which, honestly, in that case, I really hope y'all take advantage of the gap fib. Which, again, really easy. Whoops. Really easy. You just zoom in. Anytime you see a big gap like that from your previous day to your next day, you go to your previous day, you go to the close. So this red candle opened here, closed here. Go up, and this candle opened here. So the close of yesterday to the open of today. And this is what can give us short-term. Now, it's crazy how that lines up on UNH, but this is how it should look. You want to be able to use directional movement. So not only are we directional from the today's open, you know, if we're above it, we're more bullish. If we're below it, we're not as bullish, probably more bearish. And if we're still above this, then we still have a chance. So you're kind of using this area as a whole. That's exactly what this is here on SPY. So in any case, you could just take advantage of that gap. Also, another thing I really like about this too, and Leland is the reason for this, is the extensions, the fib extensions. So we gapped up. And sometimes we do just go straight up. So it's kind of nice to know, like, what are actual targets of this move. And you'll have them calculated out for you, all on your own. So, like in UNH's case, we've already hit 1, 2, and making it towards the third, which is kind of crazy. But really good example there, actually, on UNH. But yeah, so in any case, on SPY or any other chart you're looking at, if we get any kind of big move from previous day to the next day, please just draw that. It makes it a lot easier. And remember the areas to be directional from. The 50% of the gap, the current day open, and whatever the 50% of the previous day is. It's probably down here somewhere. So just understand what levels to be directional from and what signals you want to jump on. Dude, UNH, slow the F down. I know, right? I bought some and sold a credit spread enough to hedge with the no downside, but profit is capped and it's just boom. Yeah. You're like, of course, as soon as I limit my upside potential, it does this. Good shit though, Oust. I saw a couple people post it, and I was kind of proud of it. But I know I saw yours. I just didn't like the early entries on some of the consolidation a few months ago, and then after that loss of new low and then the retake of that, it's just been a lot nicer. Not nicer price action too. Just looks better. Man of the Year. Damn, that song's old. Is anyone looking at anything different? I know I'm looking at SPY and UNH, and we're looking at a couple other tickers before, but is there any individual tickers that might be different? Just spice it up. Or just to hear about something different. I'll have to see you around like 130 to 230 if there's anything that pops up for a potential swing, but I don't want to force it. Did good on Starbucks. Could have done better on Sophie, but we managed it well. Scalp on SPY today. Scalp on SPY the other day. We're doing pretty good on the trades on stream. Anybody who's been with me has been doing probably all right. I would say they're green, but probably not like killing it or anything. They're not probably like up $1,000 or anything. You like Reddit? I fucking love Reddit. I mean, I don't use Reddit, but I like the stock a lot. By the way, I don't know who did it, but one of you gifted a membership on YouTube the other day, and I wasn't able to thank you because it was after the stream ended. But whoever did that, thank you. And I don't even know who it went to. That was another thing. So someone gifted a membership, it went to somebody, and I don't know who did it or got it. But yeah, shout out to whoever that was. You know who you are. Because I don't. So I'm going to mark the supply of the last high, Rob, because I just don't know where I'm at positionally. Honestly, I think I'm going to delete that. Let's go to the weekly. Inside day so far sitting above the glorious 8. I love that you said that. Ah, it's actually a bit of a reset candle in the weekly, too. Meaning, it's bullish as long as it holds above this level. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the level. I'm not even going to mark it. I'm just going to leave it there. Meaning it should get some consolidation above 227.16, but if that breaks, that's not good. Here, I'll just do the 8, so we have the exact same. It's really not that big of a deal. The glorious 8. I was happy you were saying that shit in chat, because that's why I tagged you, Rob. I don't know if you even knew that or not, but I kind of used the same swing strats, very similar. And I remember when I tagged, that's why I tagged you guys those 3 tickers, because I was like, all right, if I send these to them, they should be able to give me like a quick response on like if they're bullish or not short term. Which was kind of what I was looking to see if y'all would give me a similar answer on, to just kind of confirm what I was looking at. And then you did, and I was like, nice. You even typed exactly how I would have typed it. Because like that's really how easy it is to use this. like reading it wise, and it really reminds me of like Ichimoku in that regard. The one look, oh, I know exactly what it's doing kind of setup. That's exactly what the EMA strat does. It's just like you should instantly know exactly where you're sitting at on the chart pretty much every time you have these on. Now, maybe not every chart's super clear, but you should have a decent idea of where it should be trying to go that next day. Like you could even argue, like you were saying, that it's trying to hold the ADMA. And it kind of already did that yesterday. It kind of already went down to it. So does today have to go down to it? No, not really. So that's probably why we're getting that inside bar in between the recent high and that ADMA. Just kind of stuck in between them. Good find, though, on the inside bar. We're going to have to keep this on our watch list so we can remember it. And review it. Marvel swings light, MRVL. Good find, though, Rob. Thanks for sharing that. Ooh, nice. It is above the 8. This is the 8 still, right? Yes. With room to the 21. And you're after earnings. After an almost inside bar. Actually, that is an inside bar. Is it? No, it's not. Pretty close. Good consolidation, though. A little curl up. Another parameter you could add on top of this, too. I don't know if this is the case, but if this candle has rising volume into it as well, that's even better for this candle. So if this is how this looks with this at the end of the day, Alexis, I like it a lot. Because it has room to go up towards not just the 21 EMA, but you got good price action that's probably targeting like 68.50s, 70.40s. And then I'd probably use this day's close, which I think you said that just now. Cutting if it goes back to 66. Okay, yeah. Because, yeah, rejection of the 8 EMA and then like a test of this or loss of that would not be a great sign. Good looks, though. Good looks. I can see the thinking behind that. But yeah, so I like when you guys share stuff like that because it's pretty easy to catch up on. Takes no time at all to be like, okay, that's what Rob's looking at. It's pretty powerful. I think the speed of communication on that kind of thing is pretty powerful. Like, I won't lie, like this kind of thing. This is another thing you can do with it. Retentions. Like, so you see how it's kind of holding here? Where's it going to go if it can't go any lower? Do we just say straight up to the ADMA? We could say it's heading towards it, but there's other levels to deal with. We got this day's 50%. We got an emerging candle. Then we have that. So there's actually 3 things that this chart has to worry about before moving up. And it's step by step. People think you have to do all 3 before you can buy calls. Like, no, you're too late at that point. Emmy was still just going. Inside bar on Soundhound. Palantir over the 21 and 8. Hood battling its recent highs. Whoops. Let's go down, not up. 346.86 on UNH. We used it for Walmart, too, a couple days ago. I guess that would be last week. Like Starbucks probably going to try to work up towards 8 EMA and the low right here tomorrow and over the next couple days most likely. If it's not under this level, gapping down or whatever. Oh, we just looked at Reddit. Yeah, it's like a quick look strat. I like it. I do not need it for this time frame. No problem, boss. Thank you for the feedback. Popped up on my scanner and never traded it before. It's tech. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. I like that gap, but I have to be real. No, yeah, I agree with you. Being realistic. You understand what's on each side of that. Good review and good little updates there, Alexis. I appreciate that. Because even if it's not like we're all joining Alexis on this trade, it's still nice to see those updates come through. And we're like, okay, if I see him do that again, I might join him on a trade or review what he's looking at and try to trade it with him. You know, gathering trust slowly over time. I'm not going to sit here and take every little trade that's posted. But no, we like Alexis. Good post, dude. Octo down 27% almost. What is the music I am being offered right now? What is this? Cost is going to hit 1,000 again, most likely next week. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here because I just said I hate when people do that. But I have been preaching Costco's success for a while now. I've probably been a little annoying to my chat posting Costco at this point. This second bounce was the bounce. Like, that was nice. Going into earnings too soon, so end of the month. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised too if we're at 1,000 before earnings. That would not shock me in the slightest. And I really wish I would have posted my contract for the chat so people could have followed me, but I just posted it, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, we got rich. Nah, it was a good swing, but I only posted the setup. Woots. Thank you guys again, by the way. Us hitting over 30 likes on the stream, again, I said it yesterday, is pretty fucking insane. And I genuinely mean that. Thank you. Again, I need to re-promote this again, but I really need people who have access to it to check it out. If you go to membership and scroll down, I can't really scroll down in order to show you the URL. Actually, wait, that doesn't matter. I'm so stupid. To have the URL, you'd have to be a member. Oh my god. I'm actually stupid. So this video. Click on this video. Pause it. It's about a 7-minute video. It's not that bad. And then you go to the description. This is what I was saying my text document is in. So make sure you go read this a little bit too. It's a lot, but it goes with the video. So you understand what I'm looking at here. But this is from the stream, so I would check this out. And this is in Discord as well with the same text document. So just whatever you feel like looking at, go look at. But yeah. Would definitely go peep that. And if you have access to the BB Theory playlist, I would check that out as well. That is a playlist I'm probably going to just keep as members only forever. I think that is one of those paywall things I'm going to do with that playlist because I put a lot of fucking effort into that. I put 8 hours of recording into that just to spit out 4 hours of recording. And then plus, I would say it touches up on every little thing that everyone always wants to think about when they're in a trade. When it comes to our system, of course, I don't know what other systems or strategies do, but when it comes to our strategy and our price action that we like to look at and the way we think about things, that playlist covers it to the T. If you're ever in a situation you're like, well, I don't know what to do when I'm under this level or above that, it covers that. I promise you. So if you do have access, please go take advantage of that. A lot of you do have access to it, so that's why I constantly bring it up. But the BB Theory playlist, if you don't know where that is, just ask me. You need to be watching it. You need to be reviewing it. I know for a fact some of my more active guys in chat have gone through it a pretty good number of times. Like I know Carter's gone through it a few times. A few of the guys like React. So would definitely try that out. And if you guys have done it, let me know. If you guys have already gone through it a bunch of times, let me know. I'd love to hear what you think. Oh my god, Dr. J, if you go to Twitter, there's nothing but memes on this. I will just pull it up. These are too funny. Realizing that 51% of the jobs reported the last year of the Biden administration never actually existed. This is too fucking funny. Now can we admit it? The Fed is woefully ill-equipped to set monetary... Yeah, they are. You can't trust the Fed when each president changes their minds and tells them what to do. That's funny. That's a CS skins trader. The hell am I looking at? Wait, let me go to this. Bro, what am I reading? What am I reading? Wait, what am I reading? Payrolls were growing at less than half the pace needed to keep the unemployment rate stable. It's possible the economy is still in a recession. No! We're going to be using the R word again. Yeah, see, I kind of agree with this guy. Like, I'm on Trump's side when I read this, but then I'm like, wait a minute. He's saying there isn't a recession, though. But this is telling us there is. Bro, my brain. Okay, all we need to understand is that there's a lot of volatility in the market, and volatility equals potential liquidity, which means potential really good trades for us. That's all we need to care about. I'm gonna just think on the positives. I can't believe what my eyes are seeing, though. Little impressed. What GIF do we do with this? Where's the guy from SpongeBob? There he is. That's what that makes me feel like. I mean, we're going back and forth on some of these topics, and it really actually ended up being that we didn't go anywhere. That's insane. The Fed should cut 50 BPS next week. Oh, they're totally fucking with us. No, bro, dude, my brain hurts reading that. I don't want to get on Twitter ever again. The sad thing is when Trump fired BLS a few weeks ago, two political libs told me that he fired them for reporting bad news. Yeah, well, to be fair, he has said that a lot. So it's not like their complaints were like completely unvalid. Like, I'm trying to be fair to everybody here without making shit up. But they weren't completely invalid by thinking that. But I think to this degree is crazy. Like, if the news were lying about, like, his favorite ice cream flavor, I don't think I'd give a shit, you know? Like, who cares, right? It's some not necessity, not needed info. Who cares? But I mean, we're almost lying about almost 1 million jobs. And that number doesn't sound crazy. I mean, maybe it does to some of us, but to most people, that number probably doesn't sound crazy enough to throw a fit over, which is insane to me. We're in the same cycle we were fucking, a few years ago. Or maybe it is because all the illegal labor was deported. Not all, obviously. Well, it's a mixture, though. That's the thing. You have illegal labor. You have the Doge stuff that happened where they fired all the federal employees. Fired all those federal employees. And then plus this. So it's like you have a mixture of things. It's so hard to figure out what exactly is the biggest cause. But it is very obvious to even the dumbest of Americans that something is wrong. Like, something isn't right. So that is an issue. Also, I have an inside source that I am related to that tells me that there's a new law happening or something going in effect in December. And it basically stops all buying of land from outside countries. Like China can't buy Texas anymore is what's happening. Now, it doesn't stop old purchases. It just stops new purchases, which is a little interesting. Meaning, like, our real estate markets, I mean, they're still connected, but now they're stopping any further connection like that, which is a little wild. A lot of people think it's a good thing, but I think it's a little weird. It's a little hypocritical because everyone buys land everywhere. But they do need to stop the commercial stuff where, like, China could buy a third of Texas if they wanted to. Not really, but just saying. Just saying vague numbers that would probably never happen, but it's just crazy. And that happens at the end of this year. That won't be talked about for a while. And I honestly, personally, I have no idea what that all affects. I mean, you could sit there and say, well, real estate. No shit. What parts of real estate? Every sector has a subsector. What subsector is the best one to take advantage of for that? That might be something interesting to research before the end of the year. What can you benefit from other countries not buying land in America anymore? Or real estate, I should say. Actually, if BLS was wrong in the direction that helped Trump, doubt he would have fired. No, I meant like, because he does say that a lot. But yeah, no, he definitely would have fired them if that was the case. But, I mean, to be fair, Trump does say, like, false news, bad news all the time. It's become one of his famous sayings. I mean, so I feel like some people who support the other side probably do just see it as that. So, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, no, this time they were actually wrong. They were actually reporting, like, insanely false info. But it does also contradict some of the things Trump said, too, which is a little weird. Because he's sitting there saying we have no recession. He did say that not even that long ago. He said we're not anywhere near one. But that would literally imply we are closer to a recession than most people think. And we're sitting here trying to lower interest rates again, which I wish would happen too. I want that to happen, but you can't really do that if we have all these issues. But now now no one knows what to think, in my opinion, because you have the Fed literally just switching their opinions every other month now. I was defending the Fed in the beginning too when Biden was president, and then back into Trump. Like, they were doing a really good job, or at least some of them were doing a good job of telling us, hey, like Powell was. Let me just say who was. It was Powell. But Powell was doing a good job of saying, like, no, this is what needs to happen for us to bring down the interest rates. This is what needs to happen. This is what needs to happen. And then it switched to tariffs. Now the focus was on tariffs, and the market didn't really care as much about the interest rate news short term. And now we're in this position where it's like, oh, now we all give a shit again. And now the data is, like, fucking horrible. No one can trust that data. Everybody on the internet is roasting that right now. 911,000 is a literal new meme already. New stock market meme. Unlocked. It's crazy. So personally, like I said before, we just need to focus on the short-term stuff, the price action in front of you, things that you can base on context of other price action or levels that you may have. If you think too deeply on this other stuff, you're going to get lost in the sauce and you're just going to miss out on what's important. And some bad news, honestly, can be good for you long-term. Which it's funny that people even keep saying that, too. I mean, let's just go through a couple charts real quick. We're right next to all-time high still. Okay. IWM doing fucking phenomenal. Tech, oh, right under all-time high. So the media will literally have you believe that we're down here. You'd think we're at 520 with how people talk. So if you focus too much on that shit, it'll change the tempo and how you look at things, and that's not good. Then you'll have that situation where you're like, oh, imagine if I would have waited. Imagine if I would have gotten in quicker. You know, you're going to have those conversations with yourself that are just bullshit. You can't see into the future, so stop trying to act like you can. Being curious and taking advantage of the info are two different things. You can be curious all you want. By the way, we did retake 649 a moment ago, and this recent 5-minute candle is actually benefiting from it. But we'll see if it ends up like that high of day candle in the 5-minute. Do we just wick and stop there? Or does this actually have the energy to make it up to 649.84? Which, again, we're just going to say 650 to save some oxygen there. I'd also like to point out, if you look on that left side chart, we are still within the previous day. We touched previous day low. We're almost at previous day high again. So, if you feel like you missed out on a lot of stuff today, you really didn't. We're still here. But some decent price action. I'd say the beginning half of the day was all right. And then this grind up has definitely been a little bit boring unless you've just been sitting in longs, which is good for you. But it's definitely been a little boring tempo. A little slow. Ow. Dude, my neck. I need to quit sitting like this. I like sit, I like have my arm out, and I'm just like staring at the chat while I have my chart and like my view as well. I need to move my monitors around. Does anybody have any charts they want to look at or any trades that we could do reviews on or anything like that? If not, I think I'll go through a couple charts on the daily for a bit. Just because we are in the lunchtime session, so this is a good part of the day to just start wandering through charts, see what you can find. Yeah, if you guys have anything in mind, though, let me know. I'd like to look at that first, and then we could go through all the randoms. I'm watching his short. It says first day as a tall kid at a Texas high school, and it's like a coach as a teacher, and he's like, "I'll talk to you after class." Like, am I in trouble? Oh boy, you in the opposite of trouble. He's like, "How tall are you? 6'7"?" He's like, "I'm 6'6". Oh, we'll just tell him 6'7" when the colleges come around. Like, what the? It's actually so true. Damn, nice buyers showing up on SPY. They're working up towards previous day high right now, 649.84. Actually, that wasn't a bad view seeing that left side. All right, I'm gonna look at some daily charts now. Why did I highlight that? Oh, okay. It's making more sense now. Why did I go under the low? It's weird. I do want to see where this is at, though, in comparison. Okay, it's in it. Curling and holding it yesterday. Holding it today. A little bit of a higher low here, I guess. Not much of a trend on the 5-minute. That one needs more time. MRK is interesting. I don't know if I've seen that chain. Not bad. Ulta looks like it'd be a good downside swing. I don't know if there's another EMA here or anything, but price action wise, it's looking like shit. If you go from just that marking that candle itself, I was gonna say it looks like it's below the 50. It is, and it's rejecting both the 9, or sorry, the 8 and the 21. Oh wait, that probably is the 9 right now. We'll go to the 8. We'll maintain the same thing as Rob, even though there's not really much of a difference between those two. But that could be a good downside swing. I know Ulta's a little pricey though. Coin's going to end up being a good long swing, but I don't trust the Bitcoin chart is the thing. Inside bar after a hammer on UPS. Hold on, I got to change the song. It's blasting my eardrums. There we go. Intel, I honestly think this is going to pop up, but I think it really does just rely on the market, which honestly a lot of these setups, before I continue, are probably going to rely on that because we have PPI tomorrow, CPI Thursday. And it's just going to make for a lot of extra movement and volatility. So even some of these setups that we think might look concrete are not completely concrete. There's a tree growing through this concrete, if anything. So also keep that in mind if you are personally looking at setups and you think everything looks good. Just you also got to keep in mind there's some pretty big news coming out before open tomorrow and the next day. That could potentially be big. Let me not say big news. Let me say potentially could be big. It isn't required that we get a shit ton of movement, but it is something that can happen. Nike downturn swing might be good. Target already hit its fucking target. That could have been a good one yesterday. What was the Apple news? Oh, I honestly wasn't paying attention. I saw that there was an Apple event midday today, but let me see when or what. But yeah, I'll be honest, I was not paying attention for the news today on that. I posted it, but I wasn't really... Let me click this. What the hell just happened? Oh, it's going live right... It's already live right now. don't know if I want to watch this. It looks like the same shit every year. Guys, it can detect your heart rate. Like, we're in 2025. I don't know. Apple events have been falling flatter and flatter each year. Their product doesn't. Their money doesn't. I'm just saying the events themselves have not been as awesome as they used to be. Is that a double inside bar? That is a double inside bar on Bill. Chewy potential bullish retest on the daily, but it's after a downturn. AMAT stuck between the two. SMR got some good higher lows going. We already looked at some of those. DraftKings shorts. I need to connect my scanners again. I used to have a scanner that would just go over for like the 9 or 21 EMA break stuff, you know, and you could set all that up. I need to set that back up though. Am I tripping, or is every ticker start with the letter A? Why is it doing that? I'm glad it warned me. There we go. I was like, what the hell's going on? CRWV is on it. Alright, now how do I... There we go. Holy shit, that is a lot, though. Why is it only... Is there that many? Okay, we need to edit this scan, then. What should I do? What should I do for that? Volume, maybe? Yeah, that's... Oh my god. That still didn't do what I needed. Alright, I gotta think of one more thing. It's still doing it. Okay, we need to add another filter then. Did I finally get it? I think I did. I see S's, T's, R's. Alright. Hmm. I don't even know what I just clicked. I don't know if that's a good rule of thumb to do that, though. Because in that case, then I'm just going to be getting a bunch of volatile stocks, too. I gotta think about that. Alright, we'll do this. I think, actually, we should do it by... Who's last? Where the fuck? Oh, average volume. I think I'll just leave it at that. Okay. 191 results, and I don't know. We shouldn't have any penny stocks in here. Yeah, because we changed it to where the stock price is actually part of the filter now. Alright, I think I got what I finally wanted. I think. Oh, wait, I should do on optionable stocks only. Is that a filter? Will that just show me options? Oh, no, okay, wait. I need to go back to what I was doing then. There we go. Take this down to 500. Alright, so if I did this correctly, every single stock we're about to look at should be breaking the 8, but above the 21. And I can flip it to make it do upside as well, if I did this correctly. So far, it looks like we did it right. And then I had to limit, like, volume and price and all that stuff. So there will be some, like, cheaper stocks on here. But I don't even know if I clicked... Oh, I did that wrong. Clear that filter. That should be what I was looking for. Yeah, so we gotta edit this list again. Son of a gun. Alright, let's do this. Let's delete all the ones I just made. Alright. Alright, we should be good now. You know, I could probably edit this again to make it just show S&P stocks. We'll get less results, but at least it won't be a bunch of crap in between. Should I do that? I think I can just edit this. That is so much fucking better. Dumb D and nice, I'm here for your life and all the profits. 111. Okay, this should be 6,000 times better. Yeah, we get a lot less results. This is a lot nicer. Psychic, don't know the future. hell was I drawing there? Oh, I think I was saying, I hope it goes above this level so we can start shorting ENPH again. I'm almost positive that's what I said there. I'm such an end phase hater. I thought this was Fitbit for a second. It does have open interest. What the F? Why is this down like this? FTNT. Isn't that in the gaming industry? I wanted this watch list to be better. There's probably one more thing I can tweak, but I just gotta think about it for a second. I'm just gonna raise this to 10. Maybe that'll do something. Oh? You can even scan gap up to a certain extent. You can do like 50% scans. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I'll just keep it on that. That is 1 million, right? Yes. How do you do... Am I not getting an option that's supposed to pop up here? I thought I was able to, like, customize it. You can't add custom quote anymore. I don't even know where that went. That's not supposed to be there. I don't know where it is. I'm just gonna keep going. This should be a slightly different list though now. Why the F is UAL option so expensive? I want to confirm something. This isn't even considered high either. This is actually considered fair pricing. That's wild. I had to confirm that. Well, this could be a good setup if it's still holding like that end of day. I'll have to check. And then maybe we should actually chart it. Not just look at EMAs. Oh, we do have it partially charted. Now I can send a screenshot. You were everything I ever wanted. And those are honestly personal reminders, so I can remember what I'm supposed to be looking at. Alright, where were we? UAL. Whoa, what is this? Okay, there's no way this has open interest or volume. Oh, it does. I'm full of shit. Oh, wait, I gotta remember I added that to my filters. Every single one of these are gonna have open interest and volume. I just need to check gammas. Gammas, deltas, thetas. Oh, okay, that's where it is a little sticky. That's a weird one. Oh my god, it's doing that thing. It is pretty far from the 8 on the monthly. It's decent distance while forming an inside bar on the weekly. Interesting chart to say the least. It's the high of the week. Currently we're still inside of the previous week. SMCI, finally something we understand. Wow, an upside setup. Actually, I think I will just leave it like this because this mixes in upside and downside setups. Whereas the other two, I'd have to do 2 different scans and it would just be one. I don't feel like doing that. So we're just going to stick like this. SMCI though, not bad. We need to go back to 3 month. Yeah. There's probably another good scan you could do using this exact setup, but changing it to like the 21 and the 55. But I really like catching those initial 8-9 EMA breaks. Spy rejecting previous day high. Good update by Letterbuck in the Discord. Sorry, I'm like reading 3 screens at once. That must have pulled up after I filtered. Most of these are pretty much a miss. This chart's a little confusing to me. What did FT&T do? Why is FT&T down? Disappointing financial performance and outlook, particularly concerning the firewall refresh cycle and wider cybersecurity market challenges. Oh, they're feeling that competition. And they had their own issues. Investors are concerned that a larger than expected portion of the 2026 firewall upgrade opportunity has already been completed, leading to lower future revenue growth and billing forecasts, according to reports from August of 2025. Underwhelming guidance, industry consolidation, analyst downgrades, broader cybersecurity sector challenges, and then, of course, that firewall refresh cycle we talked about. I mean, one would have to assume that it goes back up for like another short, though, right? It's not even at the 50%. That could be a good one to watch for a short-term setup in the future. Where's the 55 on this? Oh, way above it. Yeah. By the time it pulls up to this is probably curled down to it, and they're probably touching by now. If not, a little bit off. That'd be a good one to watch this short term. I don't know if I trade it, but good little mental rep. This one looks good for downside too, but I have no clue what this company is. Oh. Is waiting a scan filter? I mean, I guess I could do market cap. That'd make it a little easier. Ah, see, there we go. Therefore, you're never looking at crap. J&J, Disney. Oh, we saw these. Alright. Well, now I at least have that scan saved. How do I save this? Save scan query. Save. Yes, override it. Okay. That's not bad. I'll probably come up with another one that we could do for the... What's it called? Shout out to ChatGPT sending me all the coding stuff really quickly. Basically just tell it what I want, it sends it to me. And then we have to edit a couple things on the scans, but that was kind of cool. I haven't had to go to that screen in forever. Devon Energy. I've not heard of this one in a minute. This one looks interesting too. Jesus, the monthly on some of these are wild. Nope, don't want to activate. There we go. Alright, I posted one in levels and one in post charts. See if we can get some other ones without making shit up. So far, though, it's not a bad list. Whoa, 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 what did I just click? That looked pretty good, actually. Nice little curl-up action. What is this? Rollins? It's an industrial. Wildlife Control Services. Never heard of them. Rollins' market share in pest and wildlife control is significant, though it varies depending on the specific market. In the U.S. pest control market, Rollins holds a substantial share, estimating about 13% of total industry revenue in the past report. North America market share increased to an estimated 24%, positioning them as a dominant leader in the industry. It can be very profitable, especially for specialized and well-run businesses. The profitability of any single company, however, depends on the factors like location, specialization, operational efficiency, strong demand, high-ticket services, emergency pricing, recurring revenue streams, growth trends. All right, so this sector is actually kind of hot. Is that what I'm hearing? I kind of want to save this one. ROL. Where's my other list? What'd you say? Based on your experience, what's the likelihood of SPY breaking well below 647 with PPI coming in slightly hotter? Slightly hotter? I would say, this is going to sound really weird when I say this, but if good news comes out, prices will go down on the SPY. So based on what you just said, I would assume that they go down with high probability. Because it's expected that we're going to have good data. Because right now we're in a set trend where it's like, okay, things are trying to get better, and that's what it looks like it's doing. So if good news has come out, you'll probably see a little bit of a pullback. So that's why every time we're leading up towards news, you see prices push towards it, upwards as we go towards the news. Jesus, I can't speak. And then in opposite markets, when we're like reacting differently, you see the opposite. But right now, I would say, based on my opinion, we would go down with high probability. I'm expecting us to have decent news come out tomorrow and the next day, and us have a pullback either to this area here between 643 and 645. I know it looks weird because we're just kind of focused on the inside bar right now. But this won't be surprising, right? What will be surprising is if we break that and go lower. That would be surprising to me because I still see this as a calculated pullback, something that could get bought up, you know? So I think I would be focused on that, but I could be wrong. Then again, I'm not heavily focused on just the data itself, but another thing too is not just the PPI. I think another way to look at this could also be this hitting with B. So PPI is coming out tomorrow, right? But then you have CPI the next day. So the initial reaction of tomorrow might not even hold up. And then the next day you might see a more followed through kind of day. You know what I mean? Where it's a little bit more single directional. And now you're good. That's a good question. It's just opinions for me, though. I want you to know that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's definitely going to fall. It's definitely going to rise. Like, I don't know. And anybody who tells you they know is full of shit. But I think CPI on the end of that, too, when I was thinking about that more, makes sense. But that's what I expect. If anybody has any differing opinion, feel free to share. This isn't like a Bueller says all kind of group. Everybody's allowed to share their opinion or what they think is true. It's all opinions at the end of the day. Oracle has earnings today. The ECB reports end of the week well as well. Yeah, that's all I see here. Dude, I just copy and pasted what you sent me to ChatGPT after I answered you, and you would be amazed at what it just sent me. It gave me a scenario table or a summary table based on what you sent me. If it holds between 647 and 6... This is what this says. I don't trust this. I'm focused on my strat. By the way, SPY's breaking up right now. Or trying to. Back to what I was saying, though. It said holding 647, 645, which is funny because we have that marked off as like a hold or die kind of spot right here at 647s. It says if it holds this, it stabilizes or rallies higher with about a 60% favored scenario. If it was to break below 644, or I'm sorry, break below and head towards 644, that'd be about a 30 to 40% heightened risk scenario, especially on the PPI surprise. So it's actually lower probability that it drops, is what this is saying based on that level. But I don't trust ChatGPT. I just was like, man, that's a good question. I've never seen it post this table, too. That's kind of funny. Normally it doesn't know current prices, but it genuinely knows it now. It does seem like the summary agrees with what I said, though. July PPI surged 0.9% month over month versus the expected 0.2% and 3.3% year over year, signaling stubborn inflation and rattling market expectations for rate cuts. This fueled a market dip. Rising treasury yields, a stronger dollar, and renewed hawkish Fed hawkishness. I don't know why it said that twice. Analysts emphasize this knee-jerk hawkish reaction could delay rate relief and lower confidence in future easing. Technical forecasters note a clean break below 646, 644 could accelerate down towards the 640s and maybe lower. Some analysts put key supports around 646 and 638, and warns breakdowns below these levels may trigger further selling. So they say if we do get down below the 643 area and 630s, 638, we probably will see even more pullback, the scary pullback that everyone's so hungry for. Additional SPY outlook suggests 4.9% downside risk amid inflation threats, placing pivotal support resistance between 6... What the fuck are these levels? It says pivotal support between 610 and 641. My brother in Christ, we're at 650. Yeah, that's why I don't look at this shit. There's even a new tool. I've been going on like different like socials and kind of back testing it, but you can copy someone's post and review how much of it is ChatGPT, which is funny. So people in like colleges are getting in trouble right now, and there's a new job that people have to like put into their colleges now, and it's for someone to genuinely just go through everyone's shit and see if they really are cheating. So if there's a cheating paper turned in because the teachers think it's ChatGPT, there's actually a thing you can plug in, and it'll go back in time basically on your file and it'll figure out how much of it were you typing and was it helping you. So a lot of it, sometimes it comes out, it's like, oh, he was just using it to guide him. He did 99% of the work, you know. But there's also ones coming out where it's like, well, he didn't do shit. He just asked it questions and it posted out this huge document. He didn't do any of it, you know. So it's kind of a weird thing with people using ChatGPT for like college work. I was reading on it the other day and it's kind of insane. I didn't know it went that deep. I had no idea it went that deep. But I had to see what it said after you asked me that question because I was like, that's kind of a good question. Those Oracle call contracts were up there as well. Oh, were they? Oh, in price, you mean? Yeah. Which, I guess we could do the IV tool on Oracle if you want. Oh, that's going to be... It's going to be orange pushing red. I'm calling it now. Orange pushing red. You ready for this? Let's plug in our magic numbers. Uh, 57.09. 74.33. Orange / red, I'm calling it. Oh, that one's dark orange. Oh, yeah. My bad. I'm stupid. I did read your message wrong. You meant coming in hot. Like, yeah. No, then yeah, take my opinion and flip it. Because prices support slightly higher than expected. Yeah. No. You're right, though. You are right about that. I was incorrect when I said that to you. I read it backwards. And then, yeah, the CPI point. See, this is how you should think about it. This is how you're asking. Like, just curiosity. Not, should I be buying puts if tomorrow comes out and bad news comes? Like, that's not how you should be thinking about it. So I'm glad you're asking that way. Just genuine curiosity. So you can take the most advantage of it. Yeah, so it's pretty high before earnings. Alexis. High. It's even medium for monthly applied volatility. I haven't seen one that dark yet. That's the darkest orange I've seen. I have yet to see a red. I have not seen one yet. But I'm sure I could force it. But I'm trying to find it like naturally as we go through this. Yeah, she's a volatile puppy. The darker the color, the more that it's a seller options type market for that chart. The greener or yellow, or really you want to head towards green, the more it is a buyer options market for that chart. So right now, that's a little more favoring the sellers, implied volatility-wise. I fucking love that tool, dude. I'm so glad I made that the other day on Sunday. It took me a little longer than I thought it was going to, though. And then I just had ChatGPT edit everything. And then I made it give me a clean-looking UI. That's really what I used it for the coding and then to make it look pretty. But the idea was entirely mine based on Thinkorswim data here. Which, again, I don't understand why they give you this, but they don't give you the data that it actually gives you, that it's supposed to be giving you. Like, hey, this is the implied volatility for the day, the month, the week. It fucking amazes me that that's not a thing. And if it is a thing, it's hidden in the dirt of Thinkorswim's programming because I couldn't find it. And I believe implied volatility is pretty fucking important. You know, everybody grows up and they're like, oh, delta, theta, this is the only things you need to look at when you trade options. My brother in Christ, if you don't know what implied volatility is or what it does, you don't need to be trading options. That is probably the number one thing you need to be focused on. If you're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, I don't know what. If you're still messing with delta and theta, you do not need to be messing with options right now. Because that is the least of your worries. I can't stand when someone's like, not that they're taking a break because they can't take it, but the people who just keep hitting their head against the wall and doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different outcome. Like, that's what that feels like when you have someone messing with delta, theta, gamma. It's like, dude, you should already have this embedded into you. You should know what contracts you need to be looking at. You're never really looking that far down the chain or that far out of the chain. If you're still having a problem with that, that's something we need to work on before you continue trying to trade. But the implied volatility aspect of things needs to be dug into just a little bit. You don't need to 100% focus on it, but it is kind of nice understanding, like, okay, this chart's, even though the chart's looking good, the options aren't that good. And it's like, well, how do I determine that? Ding, ding, ding. Damn, it's past 1 o'clock. Since when, dude? Is this longer than yesterday's stream? It is. Yesterday's was 4:39. We're currently at 4 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah, honestly, if you guys are in here still and you've been in here for a while, shout out to you. Appreciate you for being here. I do need to end the stream soon, though. I'm getting a tad hungry. Whoa, Apple event didn't go well. I was right on that. I mean, I was just shit talking. I didn't say the price was going to go down, but I mean, who here even cares about Apple events anymore, really? They used to be hype. They used to be awesome. Tesla events used to be hype. Nobody cares about them anymore. Because it's the same shit every time. We're upgrading our watch. We're upgrading our phones. We're going to allow you guys to count your heart rate. Like, what? Don't get me wrong. Apple's going to succeed and keep killing it, but let's be real. The events aren't that crazy. Hey, guys, we're releasing the 50th laptop in Mac. Like, it's literally the exact same products every event with a slight upgrade to something. I love Apple, but that is the truth. Yeah, people aren't liking that initial reaction. See if it gets follow through. I really doubt it's going to get follow through on a day like this. On a day where we have more data left in the market, even with an isolated event happening to Apple. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does just keep dumping. The 50% gap is already being tested too. We could zoom out too just so people can see what that even is. Because there's a lot of levels here. But between here and here is a big gap, and that's that level. So we're pretty close to the halfway point of an empty abyss. All right. Well, I think I'm going to end the stream there. I'll catch you guys later. If you guys have anything, tag me in Discord or whatever. We'll see if I post a swing or not. If you're looking for it, it'll be the Levels channel. As always. They faded it. Yeah, they did. They expected what I said, man. They were like, ah, this event's going to suck. New colored watches, cool. Like, no one cares about it. It's funny, though, because it's not going to damage their sales. Let's be honest. But I'm into here, guys. Thank you again. If you're here, thank you. Like the stream. I appreciate that. I don't care if you just chilled here in the background. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys again. And, yeah.